Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 KWPN-NA virtual annual meeting. We have a really exciting program for you guys today. We'll start with our general meeting, and we'll have an update from the KWPN, the board, the MC, and various committees. Dr. Carrie Fino from UC Davis will be speaking about her research on C6, C7 issues in necks and kissing spine. She's a geneticist, and she's doing some work that runs pretty much with what the KWPN is doing. Bart and Vegan will be doing presentations of the premium ring, and Liz has some very exciting videos from farm visits and interviews with Olympian Sabine Schutt-Kelly, the Van Straten family, Gert Van Olst, and the Van Balen Farms and Dressage. We also have some very fun videos for the awards presentation. So it's going to be an exciting day. The program is on our website. It's under the news, so you can click on that to see the exact timing for everything. And in the question and answer, if you could please use the chat box for your questions, we'll be able to field them and have your questions answered. So with that, we will start off with the welcome from the chair, Caitlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 KWPN-NA annual meeting. I would like to start off by saying thank you to our AGM committee for putting this meeting together. There was a lot of hard work put into it, and yeah, I think they will have a nice program today. I would also like to thank our guest speakers, interviewees, special guests, and our sponsors for making this all possible. I will now introduce the board of directors. Myself, Caitlin Hamer, I'm the new chairman. Tracy Geller is our vice chair. Sandy Harper, our treasurer. Kathy Hickerson, secretary. Megan DeGarry, office liaison. Yo Severance, MC delegate, and our newest member, Bill Duffy. As some of you all may know, that we'll sadly have to say goodbye to our former chairman, Wim Casimir. We would like to thank Wim for all of his hard work and expertise that he brought to the KWPN-NA, and we would like to wish him the best of luck on his move back to the Netherlands. So for our 2024 accomplishments, it was hard to fit them all into a list on this slide, but I feel like some of the highlights were that we were able to renew our agreement with the KWPN in Holland. We were also able to update our member portal and to implement a searchable database, which is a very nice feature for all of our members to be able to access all of the horses in the KWPN-NA database. We have also initiated regional meetings. We had the first one last year at DG Bar, and the second one is coming up April 4th through 6th at Scott Tolman's farm. So if you're interested in that, please look up the information there, and if you can attend, that would be great. We have also created 2 currying circuits and also added some new and younger members to the judging team for the future. We had also a successful goods and service silent auction and stallion service auction to support our member programs and our organization. We have continued to support the North American Stallion Sport Test. We have also, in exciting news, received an early payoff of the office building in Oregon. So we no longer have any concerns about any defaults there. So that was a big one for us that just happened. And the MC worked very hard to help us do the Hunter Stallion approval finalization. Some goals that we have for 2025 are to continue making that member portal more functional for the members with adding credit card charging capabilities, registration and currying entries. And we are also in the process of trying to revamp some of our committees to include more member involvement We're looking for some volunteers for the Stallion Committee. We also added on the Currying Committee, which I think will be very helpful in helping our hosts to have more functional currings and to make everything run smoother. And we also are looking forward to continuing to support and assist the regional meetings. And we're also open to suggestions. And I will hand it over to Carly for the MC.
Hi, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Carly Fisher. I chair the members committee. I own Clarion Farm outside Franklin, Mass. You guys met my husband last year when he did a farrier talk for you. I am a small breeder. I do a couple of dressage and jumpers a year. But we have a really wonderful, talented, dedicated group of people on this MC. I feel like many times we don't get to know who they are until you get a list to vote on and you're like, who are these people? So I'm just going to run down real quick who they are. We have Cheryl Mayberry. She's our Canadian representative. She is our secretary. That is a big job because we talk a lot. So thank you for trying to go through that and figure out what we're actually saying. She brings a lot of database and technical experience to our team. We have Anna, who I don't think needs any introduction. She's a longtime member and volunteer. She was on the BOD. She's also on the fundraising, the Stallion Committee, and has had a huge portion of any AGM any of us have been to in recent time. Then we have Lisa Dickman. She breeds dressage horses in Virginia. She also offers young horse training. She is the brainchild behind our podcast and has done an excellent job with that. We have Erica Sens, who's works in the higher jumper industry. She works at Askram Sport Horses in Pennsylvania and Ocala. She is a whiz at website, SEO, all things computer, that I don't know how she does it. And she has also been very, very instrumental in helping us update our hunter policies. And then our associate members are Renee Cash-Chong. She owns Dutch Equine Stables in Washington with her husband, where they breed dressage horses. They also have some horses in Holland. She, her day job is in real estate. She brings a lot of fundraising and sponsorship experience to the team. And then last but not least is Shannon DeBiser. She's a small jumper breeder from Oregon. She works in accounting, so we don't get to see her live at many of our AGMs. But she is a pedigree sleuth extraordinaire and our resident horse telex expert. So great group of people. I love working with them. The MC is the liaison between the membership and the organization. So if anybody has problems or there's issues, a lot of that goes through us. We try to, help people understand things, help mediate things, that kind of thing. So if anybody ever has any issues, questions, comments, things you think we should do better, feel free to reach out to us at any time. Some of our accomplishments are we've continued our podcast. Lisa's done a spectacular job with that. If you haven't listened to it, it is on Spotify. So please listen to it, follow it so we can get some more playtime. We have continued to go through the hunter requirements. Last year we redid a lot of the predicate requirements as they have changed a lot of the divisions and stuff in the hunters recently. And we are excited that now we finally got the hunter stallion approvals through sport finalized. So hopefully we can get some more nice hunter stallions into our books. And then we have continued to work with our awards program. Our dressage all breeds award program is great. Everybody knows about it. It's a wonderful program. We've tried to reach out into our other disciplines and maybe get some more awareness over there. So this year we went through and pulled out some people off the USF Hunter jumper lists and tried to reach out to them. So hopefully we can get some more awareness and everything going in there. So next year we will continue on all of this fun stuff. If you guys have anything else you think that we could do or do better, as I said before, feel free to reach out at any time. Thank you.
We're going to switch over to Tracy Geller for the fundraising committee report.
Yep, I can do that. Sorry.
And I apologize, I do not know where these red scribbles are coming from. Are you all seeing them?
Yes,
I don't know what they are. Sorry.
original artwork.
Yes. Sorry about that.
So I'll just go through this slide quickly for y'all. Our fundraising committee report, our two big fundraisers are our stallion service auction, and then we have the goods and services auction. Your admins for both of those have been myself, Tracy Geller, and then Liz Van Worden. I headed up most of the stallion service auction, and Liz took the leadership on the goods and services, excuse me. But for our stallion service auction, this is the 2024 result. So this is not the one that we just did, but the one previous. Our team members were Megan DeGray, Shannon DeBusser, Kelly Station. I'm sorry if I'm butchering everybody's names. Drew Kemmerling. We had 50 lots representing 64 stallions. 31 of those were hunter, jumper, or eventing. 24 dressage, 5 harness, and 4 gelders. Our auction raised about $47,625, and we were less. We pay a fee to the auction website, and so that was about $447.57 approximately. And 78% of our bidders covered the auction fees. So thank you to those of you that bid and covered that for us. That does help us raise more funds. Our 2023 results, we raised $57,038. So we were a little bit less, about 10,000, but we also, I think, had fewer stallions. And breeding, I think, is changing a bit the climate. But anyway, 2025, the one that we just did, we raised $33,625, and we're less, $226.46 in our fees for that. So that was the one we just did. Anyway, silent auction, which was goods and services. We have a lot of donors to thank for that. A lot of you guys that are listening. We have a lot of other parties that help us and contribute. So thank you to everybody that's worked on that, and also if you're a contributing donor and a bidder, actually. So again, our admins for that were myself and Liz. Our team members for that auction were Caitlin Hammer, Anna Beal, Judy Reggio, Kelly Station, and Drew Kemmerling again. We had 94 lots to include tack, feed, KWPN merchandise, riding lessons, artwork, advertising, promotional, and lots more. So it's an auction that's open for all kinds of good stuff. And we raised $14,993, less our fees of $57.70. And then 87% of our bidders covered the fees there. So thank you again. We look forward to doing these for you guys every year. They are a good bit of work, but I feel like we offer a lot of really nice benefits to our stallion service donors, and then also to the people, the donors giving us the silent auction items. Liz does a really great job of promoting all this on social media. We've changed how we offer advertising packages to the donors, especially for the stallion service auction, to make that more appealing to them, because we know that they're asked for a lot from people, and we want to make it so they feel like they're getting value-added services by supporting our auction. So we try really hard to ask for some nice horses to come to that, and then also to make everybody feel like their donation is valuable and appreciated. So thank you to everybody that's participated and bid and donated and worked on it. So that's all I have.
On to you, Sandy.
I got it now. Who is that scribbling there?
I think there's an edit, but I'm afraid to touch it right now. I will hope to fix it on the break.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everybody. It's Sandy Harper. I'm giving the financial report. So go ahead, Kel. Okay, this is the final 2024 versus our budget. As you guys all should know, that we do have a budget that we try to compare to on a monthly basis on all our accounts, and we do monitor this. We take that budget from the last 5 years or so to analyze what we should have. The year-to-date revenue for 2024 was $558,769, and we expect the budget to be $568. So we were 2% less than our estimated revenue budget. Our total year-to-date expenses versus full year budget was 575,368, and we expected it to be 566,372. So we were actually a little bit more, and that should be in green. Anyway, and not a frowny face. Then our 2024, no, go back, Kel, sorry. Our 2024 recurring judge's fee was paid in 2024. So that was good because that kind of accumulated over the last few years. Our net income was only, it was negative 16,598. But we hope that we can adjust this in the future. And we do have a cash basis, so we hope everybody pays on time. And, we monitor this every month. So next one now, Cal. So, okay, the comparison to 2023, registration, membership, and fundraising incomes fell 2.3% and 4.2% and 9.7% respectively, leading to a gross profit that was 2.8% less than 2023. The silent auction and stallion service auction were slightly reduced amounts in 2024. Expenses in 2024 were a bit less than 2023 due to the time payments of judges, the on-time payments of judges, currings, ribbons, and microchips by about 2%. Our net income was 0.32% less than 2023, both years at a loss of about 16,000. All financial indications still show the growth of our organization, and with any extra income that we get from support for continued support of our currings, regional AGMs, awards, futurities, and educational program, we should bring our revenue back up. And we were looking forward to great stuff in 2025. Next one, Kel. Okay, this is the bank account. So as it was mentioned, we did get our, Caitlin mentioned it, we did get our payment of our office building in Oregon. So that was great. But we began with a balance of 3 separate accounts of $712,817. Nice number. And then in December 31, 2024, we had $726,455. In January 2025, the Oregon property was paid off, so February report is better for the bank account. Our bank account growth remains positive for the past 4 years. Supporting factors have been pretty good results from the SSA, silent auction, and good membership and registration, and income from the sale of the Oregon office building. Next one, Cal. And that's we sold it off. I think closing we were 98,993, and that was paid. That was in December 31st or January, and then we were paid off. Going over the terms was a 15 years, so they paid us off in 5, so that was great, and it was due in 10. And from November 2019, and however now we're paid off, and it's great. They had sold the property twice while we were owning it, and it was while they were paying us, and it got a little dicey the last owner that had the property, so they would pay maybe every 2 or 3 months. But we're done, and that's good, and we have a good balance in the checking accounts and all the accounts. And I think that's the last one for me, Kel. Oh no, sorry, this is February 2025. So this is where we're at as of 3 days ago or 4 days, a few days ago. Again, we're based on our past 5-year performance for the budget. This is our budget this year. We're hoping to have about 8,000 in the bank, or make a profit of 8,000 at the end of the year. Currently, we're at 4% under budget for revenue and 4% under budget for expenses, which is kind of good. We budgeted for 587,200 for revenue, 179,2 in expenses, and we're hoping to net 8,000. As it's a nonprofit, and of course our objective is always to break even, but it does help to keep our bank accounts healthy. And actually budgets have been working for the last 7 years that I've been doing it, so that's good. And we do report this once a month in our board of directors meeting as required by SEC or whoever. So we are a nonprofit and it's working out pretty well to keep our budget healthy. And thank you all for your participation. And it's been a great last year was great. Let's hope 2025 is better even. Okay. There's you, Kel.
It's up to us now. So the office continues to run efficiently. Drew is now in her 9th year working with the KWPN of North America, and I am in my 8th. Rachel, our office assistant, has now been with us for a year and a half. She does a really great job with getting papers, microchips, and other shipments out in a timely manner. She's now being able to help us with day-to-day operations, answering phones, getting forms and documents to people. She's been a real asset to us. We added a text phone line where people can, if they really have to, they can send pictures of documents if they need to, if they have trouble with email, don't have a scanner or fax. So that's kind of helped with our communication. The phone does go with our judges on the Curring tour, but they've been really good about forwarding us any messages that come in. But this has allowed them to have a mobile hotspot to run the iPads more effectively at the Curring. So that's been a really big plus. We're all continuing to cross-train as much as we can for better efficiency. Customer service continues to be our top priority, and we're always looking for better ways to better support our members. I think one of the biggest issues is the new portal, which we were really excited about. The searchable portal has been fantastic. The processing in the portal changed drastically from those of you who are used to using the old portal. You were able to input your credit card information and upload photos. We didn't realize that wasn't going to be an option with this, and we are urging our database company to get that option back on there. Right now, we have every registration we get, anything, we have to immediately invoice people through QuickBooks Online, and that's just kind of slowed processes down a little bit for us. So we are really hoping to get that credit card processing back in as soon as possible, as well as uploading the photos. But otherwise, you know, people don't seem to have too much trouble just getting those emailed in. And I think Drew and I we love working. We've been here a good long time now and enjoy our membership and really enjoy it. Anything to add?
Not really, just that we really do love working here. And I think having a 3-person, very close-knit team has really, you know, been beneficial to us, the organization, and everything. And we just thank you guys for your support because we love it.
Absolutely. And I'm really going to try and get these red scribbles off. I'm so sorry. So it looks like we're going to have a short break. And I think we have some promotional videos to show during there, and we'll be back shortly.
Kelly?
Yes, ma'am.
I think there's a Q&A on the
Okay.
calendar. Or not. If anyone has any questions.
Yes, if you have questions, please use the chat box and we can field your questions that way.
Oh,
Wim.
Wim.
Thanks, Wim. Wim, a lot of these are for you. You have a lot of well wishes. But are some funds invested? That is a question. Sandy, do you want to take that and explain the CDs?
Sorry, guys. Yeah, I guess I could explain that more. Yeah, we have, we decided when the banks were going and stuff, and we were worried about banks failing and we would have over 250 in the bank and lose money. So we started dividing our money between different organizations. So we did put in Fidelity Federal, we took, or Fidelity investments, we put 200,000 in there. And the amount was divided into different CDs that, I monitor, and when they expire or they're called, change over to another one. We started out not a huge amount of interest, and then as the interest rates went up, we got we were almost at 5.5% on one of the accounts. And we grew our $200,000 amount to 219 or almost 220 now. So 20,000 was made on those accounts. So it was pretty good to have that money coming in. And it's all still in the account being reinvested as we go. Then as far as the Bank of America account, we have 240 in there. We're not investing it. And then in the Chase account, we just keep that as our savings and also our checking account. So we've grown the amount, and of course that 99,157 on the Oregon building helped that account in January very much. So it grew by quite a bit. Does that answer your questions? You good, Tracy?
I think that's all the questions I saw.
Is it really? Oh. And then there's a lot of thank yous.
There are.
That's nice.
If anyone has any questions, you can put them in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, there's Wim thanking. Oh, he's on
Yep.
iPhone 5.
Yep.
Great. Okay, I'm muting me.
Thank you, Sandy. And Tracy and Carly and Anna.
And actually, I would like to thank the AGM committee. I forgot to do that in my opening speech, but we're a very nice committee. It's myself, Cindy Harper, Judy Reggio, Yo Severance, Liz Van Vorden, Kelly, of course, and Caitlin Hammer. And we are looking for new members for the AGM meeting for the upcoming 2026 meeting. So if you're interested, please shoot us an email. But yes, thank you for the committee. They've done an excellent job, and Liz has done an outstanding work with all the videos and streaming and all the presentations and the PR that she's done. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. We have a new question in the chat. Tracy's asking if we can share the costs involved with a curring tour. It might be good to share with all the members, what a curring tour usually costs.
Kelly, I'm looking for my presentation from this month. So it was in there. I believe we lost money. We always lose on the currings. We always lose on a lot of things. So we try to cover that with our money coming in. We're not for profit, so this is great. But I believe we lost about 20,000. But if I can find anything. Sorry, wasn't ready for your questions, Tracy.
No, Tracy says sorry for her question, but I actually think it's a really good question. Because it might be nice to just expand a little bit. We have a little bit extra time now because we expected maybe a little bit more questions in the chat in this part.
I really didn't want to go into too much detail on because it's kind of boring. Finances is boring, but this is probably interesting. So let me just see where this is.
Yeah, so people understand what's involved in putting on the current earnings and what it does to our finances, and it's a good question.
Yeah. So this is I don't know if I can share it, but there. No, that's not it. That was 2023, 2024. There you go, Kelly. Sorry. Okay, so thank you, Kelly. Yeah, there it is. The entries were almost 60,000, but the expenses were 90,000, 90,580, and judges' fee were, they totaled the most, of course, 51,184. So we did lose 30,642 on the 2024 curring. So, anybody have any other questions on that?
And I do think there's been greater loss in previous years.
Yeah,
We've,
yeah.
I think it's,
I'm looking at 2023. This is the one I pulled up, unfortunately,
Mhm.
and it was 45,884. So, and the judges at that time were $50,087, and the entries were only 55,510. So, it pays to get the entries in. Plus, we've decided a long time ago that we weren't going to raise the entry fees, and I'm hoping we can maintain that because this is what we owe our membership, is to give support on how to keep their horses being bred and being judged, and this is our method of support. So it's not anything we're trying to make money on. It's just something we need to do. Okay, you just got a question.
Could you explain what the expenses are? Question from Judith in the chat.
The expenses? Well, that Kelly, you can answer that best, right?
I will, yes. So, we pay for the judges when they come over here. We pay for all of their travel. That's every flight, every rental car, every hotel, all of their
Meals?
food. Yes, all of
Yeah.
their meals. And then they have their flights in and out of the country. And now with the four judges, instead, Bart used to be on the tour the entire time and just one other judge coming back and forth. So now we have four judges coming back and forth. And actually, with the Vigon and the other harness horse, we actually have six. Um, and so technically, we really have three circuits because we have the two riding horse curring circuits, and then we have two harness horse currings, and that's a separate set of judges that come in for that. And then the biggest is the day rate for the judges' fees. The KWPN charges us a daily rate for each judge, and that does include their travel days. So that really adds up, but it's something that we've always known we were going to provide for the membership. It's the most integral part of our breeding programs, and to support our breeders, we feel it's very important. And as Sandy said, we do not want to up our class prices. I think I've seen forms from years ago, well before when I started here, and we've not changed prices, membership price, anything. We actually even adjusted down the older horse registration cost, trying to make it as cost effective for you all as we can while providing as much service, awards. But obviously the inspections and the curring tour is very important to our breeders to know that they're making the right choices, having the judges help them with their choices. And, we know we lose money on that, but it's an expense we are more than willing to take on to maintain cost for you all and continue providing that service, because it is vital, I believe, to everyone's breeding programs. And we are always hoping to expand, looking for new curring hosts and locations we've not been able to get to. We are finalizing the curring tour, and we'll be able to announce it after the AGM next week. And we have the curring committee now, which I'm incredibly grateful for the support. And they also, they've helped me plan the tour, but also they'll help be a support system for hosts, especially new hosts who maybe haven't done this before and are just looking for some guidance, help, and suggestions. We're planning on putting kind of a really good informational packet together that will be a good resource for the host and even potential new hosts for future years to look at to see what's required and what all it takes to be a host. So we are constantly looking um, for new hosts, and we do our best to try to work them into the schedule. We obviously have our tried and true locations that have consistent, strong attendance every year. For those that maybe haven't had as good of attendance, we might tend to go to an every other year rotation with those so that we can try to continue to support that area, but maybe not be able to do that every single year. So I think that's the majority of what expenses are incurred. I went a little longer with that, sorry.
Thank you, Kelly.
Did you mention the AGM yet?
What we lose on the AGM?
What we lose, yeah, I just looked it up.
No, I can pull this up
Yeah, here
from
it
last
is.
year as
There you
well.
go. Yeah.
So I'll let you go into that one a little more. You're better. You know more about that than I do.
Just a little bit is so we use the silent auction income to offset our loss on the AGM. But basically, if we didn't use the silent auction income, we would have been about $26,000 in the hole on AGM. So we do have the AGM has always been pretty much operated at a loss. The silent auction always helps it a little bit, but last year's AGM we lost $7,000. So that's why we're going to later on talk about, that's why we're having a virtual this year. And then later on we'll talk about, how to do this, and with the regional meetings, how to offset extra costs that one large AGM brings. And and then we only have 60 to 70 people attend. So we're trying to make it a little more universal for our country, because a lot of people can't travel for 4 days to one location, because it's always has babies coming, foals coming, things happening, breeding. So that's why we made this virtual this year. So anybody have any other questions?
I don't see any right now. Is anybody going to add anything or need me or Sandy or I to expand on anything? I'd like to add, I've always been so appreciative of our the board and the support that they give the office and the MC and the AGM committee. I mean, it's just even the 2.5, 3-person office that we have. We rely very heavily on our volunteers, and Sandy has been an exceptional treasurer and does an amazing job of reporting every month, and it is a lot of work for her. And personally, I'm very grateful for her support and helping with the financial part of it. There is a question here, Diana Murphy. Would anyone consider an on-farm inspection for a breeders whose location is between 2 other locations that are 5+ hours north and south? Private currings are something that have never actually been possible, especially with the really tight travel schedule that the judges typically have. I will say on the East Coast, they have been doing more driving. Bart used to have, basically, if it was over 4 hours, basically, let me say, if it's under 4 hours, he would drive. But with flights being a problem, airports being very difficult to maneuver, he has actually upped that to about 7 hours now that he's willing to drive. I don't know that that would be possible because whether they're having to catch a flight or drive a decent long distance, if anything like that ever could come about in the future, which is something the board would have to discuss and decide on, it would have to be extremely specific requirements, going in the right direction, X number of miles, not out of their way, and what is the size of the curring that they have that day. Some currings, they're done at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and they might have a little bit of time to breathe before they have to either head to the next location or to the airport. But some of our larger sites, they are there until 5 o'clock, and it's they scrambling to make their flight or to drive. They have had some brutal travel schedules the last couple years. Twice, 2 years in a row now, their flights out of Canada have been canceled. That's been interesting and miserable for the judges. We've been very fortunate that I'm not even saying that it's always worked out. And but it would have to be really, really, really specific and very difficult to even determine if that's possible, because we don't know how many entries we're going to have until about 3 weeks before the currings actually start. Yeah. One thing that's always been, I think, a question and that people have asked, we have a minimum entry requirement for most locations, and it's always been, I think it's $2,000 of entries per site. And again, with this one, it would just depend on how big the New Hampshire curring would be and the driving time to ISF. If it's too far off the path, and it's a timing thing. I'm afraid it would not be something that we could guarantee or plan ahead of time, because again, not knowing how many entries each location is going to have and how much time those judges will have to get to the next location. Any other questions? Yeah.
So, okay, if we move on to Liz's videos.
Yes. Liz will do some promo videos for our sponsors, and then we will have our meeting with Dr. Carrie Fino from UC Davis. She's a geneticist, and she will be speaking on C6, C7 issues, neck issues, and kissing spine. And she'll talk about her research with the genetics. And Dr. Jacques Maurice from the KWPN, he will also be joining the meeting to discuss what the KWPN is doing in their research also. So we look forward to that, and please make sure you're back by 9 to be able to listen to the talk. Thank you.
12 o'clock Eastern time for anybody. Yeah. Okay. Enjoy Liz's hard work.
For nearly 50 years, Iron Spring Farm has brought the best sport horse bloodlines to North America, delivering exceptional results on the world stage, including the FEI World Cup Final, Olympics, and Paralympics. Our current stallions are FEI winners, with offspring earning 9s on movement, rideability, and conformation. Discover our tradition of success. Visit ironspringfarm.com to explore our stallion collection today.
As global equine sires, we broker semen for European stallion station here in the United States and Canada. So the goal was to get not only the free jumping horses in, the goal was to get some horses under saddle and then also put them into the cup. It's always nice to see some horses being now coming up here in the United States or in Canada under saddle or free jumping, and people turn out their horses beautiful. That's always nice to see. Then we also get a good idea about what the stallion produces, and also other breeders have a chance to watch the offsprings, see what they do, and then make their decisions what they want to breed their mare to. My goal is to bring the best stallions in we can use here in the United States and Canada, as well as they use in Europe. We're starting with some stallion stations already with a 3-dose contract. It's basically you get a chance the same as kind of in Europe. You can get more. If the mare's not pregnant, they can order more, just pay the shipping fees. So for us, it's basically that we do the 3-dose contract where they have a chance at least to breed 3 times their mare in the season. Right now, we have a couple of stallion stations signed up for that. That's Van Oitert, very good stallions. And I have to say from the last year that most of the mares got pregnant with the first dose. So that's really good. And also the Winselbach with the jumper stallions, really, really good. Main goal for Global Equine Sires is to have good, happy customers, foals on the ground, and also the stallion owners getting their fair share of the market and the money. And that's all we want, basically. We are between those two parties, and we're trying to make the best happen for everybody.
Hello, our next presentation is going to be the presentation of the premium ring for dressage and jumping. Bart Henstra, who is one of our current judges and is also on the KWPN Stallion Committee and a breeder of jumping horses, will be doing the presentation. So without further ado, Bart, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Well, like Jacques already said, it's evening over here in Holland, so it's getting a little bit dark over here, but I'd like to welcome you, everybody. It's good to see you. And I'd like to guide you a little bit through the stallion selection process in Holland. And a lot of you we already seen in Holland, so you know a little bit about the process, but I'd like to talk to you about the process this year. We talk about the KWPN Stallion Show 2025, jumping and dressage. We're going to talk to you about the selection round in this year. We had 9 days of selection in the first showing in Envelo, and then we have a 4-day stallion show at Den Bosch. That's the big one, the big show, with 2 days of jumping and 2 days of dressage and gelders and harness horses. That's a big event, a big show with a lot of stallions. Also, the older stallions are all presented. On the saddle, they need to do this jumping competition or the dressage stallion competition. So it's good to see all the young stallions at one place, I think. And it's also a good meeting place for a lot of breeders, a lot of foreign breeders also. So it's a really big show and important for the KWPN to do this. I'd like to guide you through the program. We can go to the next sheet if possible. Yeah, we start on Wednesday, January the 29th. We start the day with the second viewing of the jumper stallions. We mainly start normally with the group of the foreign bred stallions on the Wednesday, and then we continue a whole day with the other groups. We try to do the groups a little bit connected to each other with their fathers, so the breeders can see a little bit the offspring of the same sires in each group. That helps them also to give a little bit a better impression how the sire breeds and how consistent he is in breeding. When we finished the first day of jumper viewing, we also had the evening with the International Breeders' Congress. We had it the first time this year. It's very interesting. We had the top breeders discuss about the key issues at this congress. Top breeders from Germany, Belgium, Ireland, France. And there were breeders, very famous breeders who bred United Tots, Emerald from Druitershof, Orient Express, Jubilee, and the Muse. So all the famous breeders from foreign countries were there, we think. And they had an interesting discussion, and especially the discussion went about how to build up a strong performance dam line, how to build it up and how to succeed in that. So that was really interesting. It was led by Dirk Willem Rossi. He's also known for the Horstelex database, and he did a really good job in asking the good questions to them and guide the discussion all the way. So that was very interesting, I think. Then we continue with the Thursday. You have the next sheet. Yeah, the Thursday we had the second ring of the second viewing of the jumper stallions. We also had the championships ring. I'm going to talk to you later about that. We also have videos of the championships ring, so that's interesting for you to watch, I think. And we also awarded some stallions with a new predicate. We had 2 new Keur stallions awarded with Cape Coral and Bacardi. And I think it's really interesting to see Cape Coral already got awarded with a Keur predicate. He was approved last year. He was approved at the age of 15 years old. He jumped himself 150 classes, and his oldest offspring are really impressive in sports, already competing at 145 level. And at the first crop, he already had 6 mares being presented at the National Mare Show. And he also already has approved stallions at the KWPN with No Mercy and Opus 1 GDV. So he proves himself in breeding, and that's why he got awarded with the predicate Keur. Same for Bacardi, the Corland Canan. He did really well in sports as a 7-year-old. He already was second place at the World Young Championships, and later he was performing at the WAC in Tryon with Janneke Sprunger. He didn't breed a lot, but his offspring shows themselves really well in sport with distinguished high number of offspring in the sports at a high level. So that also makes him awarded highly in the breeding. And he also is the sire of the approved stallion Glenfiddich. So both stallions were awarded with this predicate because of the good breeding achievements during the years. And then we had 1 stallion being awarded with the highest predicate. It's preferent. It's a Toulon VDL. It's even higher than the Keur predicate, and then it needs to be even a little bit more proven in everything, especially in the offspring with the stallions. And a Toulon VDL, he is by Toulon, then Calvados. 2 years ago, he got awarded with the Keur predicate. And his offspring is at least 11 years old, because that's needed for preferent award giving. As a 3-year-old, he was already reserve champion at the KWPN Stallion Show, and he got awarded with the performance test with 88.5 points, so really high score. And then he jumped into the international classes 150 level. And he has a lot of offspring already now coming up to the 150, 160 level. And 85% of his offspring, of his daughter being presented of the Keuring, is getting the star predicate, is awarded. And he also has already 4 approved stallions at the KWPN, like It's Otto, Insider VDL, Cardes, and Oosterbuur. So that's really impressive with the breeding. He's really upcoming in sports now. We see a lot of offspring coming through. And that's why we like to hand him out the highest predicate for the breeding is preferent. So it's really good. And then we also had the presentation of the approved stallions of 2024. They were jumping a course under the saddle in groups of 2 or 3. And Erik van der Vleuten and Wout-Jan van der Schans, the other stallion committee members, they were doing the presentation with them. And they talked them through. And actually, we, like they all said, we were really happy how they performed. They seem like athletic, modern jumper horses. And Erik van der Vleuten also called out that he thinks, he hopes and he believes that some of them will get through to the highest level. It's still a long way, but we like to see them at the highest level for sure. I see a question coming by. Do we answer them now, or what is the best you think?
I think we
This
should
was
do it.
more.
Oh, go ahead,
sorry.
Liz. No, go, Liz.
Well, I see that the question that is in there now is still about the DOC, so I wouldn't worry about it now, Bart. If there's a question really you need to answer right now, we'll just
Interrupt.
let you know. Yeah, interrupt you. Yep.
Yeah, otherwise they
okay.
can wait till after your presentation is complete.
Okay, but you can do it also meanwhile if any question, no problem.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah? Okay, we continue. Then we also have the select sale, of course, with the sale of the young stallions. That was successful both for jumping and dressage. We also got the horse of the year 2024. That is Imagine the Cassini Gold. He's an upcoming star with Cam Emmond. And what was really special of this horse, he was actually the reserve for the Olympics in Paris. But unfortunately, Grandorado didn't show, and then she had to do the rounds over there and jump over there, and she had the first 3 rounds all clear at the Olympics. So that's a really big achievement for her, and that's also for the horse Imagine. So that's why he was awarded for the Horse of the Year 2024. And we also have the stallion competition, like I talked about, the jumping competition on Thursday. We can go to the next sheet, I think. Yeah, we have a stallion competition for the young horses. With the winner of the 1m10 class was Drum at the end, the amount of Simbali. And we had a winner of the 120 class was Ofinio, the Ipstar. The winner of the 130, 135 class was New Pleasure. And the winner of the 140 meter class was Stargos Video. They have to show 3 jumping competition. We make a final in Den Bosch. And actually the day winner of the 130 class was Sambucci. But the winner of the total class was New Pleasure. But we see a lot of promising young stallions in that classes, and it's good to see them and show them, and also to see the development during the years. So I think it's as a breeders is also important to follow the stallions and see them see them grow in their education, and also see them grow in their how to develop. So that's really important for us to show. Then we continue to the Friday. So we finished now with jumping in 2 days, then we continue with Friday with the dressage. We have the same with the jumpers. We have also the second round viewing of the dressage stallions now. It's being in a free movement. We have also the presentation of the stallions approved in 2024 of last year. We have the final presentation of the stallion competition in dressage. Also, they had awarded 2 Keur stallions, Glamourdale and Glocks Toto. Both competed actually at the Olympics in Paris. It's really impressive. And Glamourdale is the reigning champion with Charlotte Fry. He got 3rd at Olympic freestyle in Paris. And Glamourdale has already a lot of offspring competing well in sport, also as at Grand Prix level already, like Kashir and Kiro. And 78% of his daughters being presented for the Keuring is being awarded with the star predicate, and 4 sons already approved. So he's also gets himself proven in his offspring. Same with Glocks Toto. He has already 8 approved KWPN stallions. Like Glocks Tommy now, he's already competes at Grand Prix level, very successful. He scored 81, high 81% in Jumping Amsterdam lately in January. And also 80% of his offspring got awarded star at the Keuring. So really good recognition for both stallions. His offspring both do well in sports and also at the Keuring. So they distinguished themselves with good breeding in the dams and also in the stallion sides. That's impressive. And then we had the Dressage Horse of the Year. That was also awarded to Glamourdale. So we had a big award for that day on Friday. And it's also he's actually the most impressive horse at this moment at Grand Prix level for the KWPN. So that's totally honored and also totally deserved award for this stallion. And then we had a show night with dressage horses also. So it's a full program from 8 to 10, 11 o'clock in the evening. Then we continue with the Saturday. We have the second viewing of the dressage stallions. We have the presentation of the premium stallions. We have the future stars. We have the KWPN PX select sale. And we also present the Gelder stallions and the harness stallions. Well, the harness stallions will be talked through with Vigon van Beest later. And we're going to see the Gelder stallions. Unfortunately, there was no one selected for the performance test. But they are small numbers, but we think it's important for our breeding to also have them because they are the horses who can do both dressage, jumping, and a little carriage. So it's a multi-purpose horse. And like the harness horses, they are the show horses for the carriage, in trot mainly. But Vigon is going to talk you through all that. So that was the Saturday with a special evening show for the harness horses. I think it's important also to know that we are having to become approved stallions. We do a lot of investigation, a lot of research on the stallions, also about the dam line. I think the KWPN distinguishes itself by that research. And before the stallions are presented, we also are talking to the other breeding associations, foreign breeding associations to the dam lines, because we don't have all the information about it. And we like to have all the information about it, especially about the sports and about the Keuring results. What we also do for the second ring, for Den Bosch, we have an inspection of all the full book mares, the Register A mares and foreign mares. So we know how the mares are, if there are any problems with the mares, or are they good mares, good quality mares, or is there like an issue with the bone or with the leg or something that we'd like to know. And if there is a severe issue, then we can even say, okay, it's for us not good enough to get a son of that mare approved. So we are also selecting on the dams of the stallions being presented. And I think that's quite special. It really distinguishes the KWPN by itself by getting the citizen. But we think it's important because it's all about breeding. Then we also inspect the studbook mares with the confirmation below the 70 points. And we also like to see them. And also we do when the stallions are at the performance test and they come to the end, and all mares are inspected. So also the predicate mares who already got into the stock book and get the predicate also get a new inspection. And we also make like a dam report, a model report, we call that, for the dam of the stallion. Like we said, it's about breeding, and for us, that's really important. It's not about only the stallion itself, it's also about the mare and the dam line. Okay. Then we talk about a little bit about the perspective, about the numbers. I think it's always good to see that this year we had 167 jumper stallions being presented and 230 dressing stallions. So it's total number of 397. We can see that the numbers are a little bit going down, a little bit declining, but we also believe that the breeders select somewhat more at home before they present the stallion. So there's a bigger selection at home, and we also see that the general quality of the stallions being presented is rising. So that's also good. As you can see, there are a smaller number of jumper stallions compared to the dressage stallions being presented in Holland. But it's it's almost the same as in 2024. So the numbers are almost the same. In the jumpers, we had a few more actually than in 2024. With the dress stallions, there were some less, but okay, it's small quantities, I think. But it's a good number to select from. I see.
Bart, we have a question.
I see it. It's gone now, but I see that it's about if the dam is deceased. There was a question from Kathy Hickson. Huh? Yeah, then if the dam is deceased, then sometimes the mare is already into the stud book. Then we can put that description on. And if we haven't seen the mare at all, then then we try to look a little further in the pedigree also. Sometimes they have a picture of the mare or something. We can have a little information about that. But we also always try to get more information about that for sure. Does that help, Kat? Okay, we continue with the second round viewing. We have 85 stallions, jumping stallions, being presented at the second ring. So they were selected for Den Bosch. It's 51%. And we had 88 dressage stallions. That's 38%. You can see also the numbers of 2024. We selected a little bit more for Den Bosch. We seem to be a little bit more strict now. But okay, it's always important. What we as a jumper stallion committee also think is important when we have how we select. We always look to the pedigrees and we put them into groups. So we put them into groups from really interesting, and a group of not so interesting pedigree-wise, at least. And when we see a stallion with a really interesting pedigree, and he's correct in the confirmation, and he does a normal performance in jumping and Ermelo, then we like to give him a chance in the Bosch. So we like to give him a chance in second round viewing. But then he needs to perform better than he did in Ermelo to make it through the selection process. But we think it's too early to already say he's not good enough. So we like to give them like a second chance. So if the pedigree is really good and they are correct in the confirmation and also in the stance of the legs. That's really important for us because it's also about breeding and also about the pedigrees. With a lot of sports in it, it makes it interesting to see them. So when we continue to the next sheet, we had 28 jumper stallions being selected for the performance test. That's 35% of the second viewing. So there was a little bit more strict than last year, 2024. Then we have 55%. And now we have, what's really important that 17% of the presented stallions are selected now. And it looks like we are a little bit more strict, but that's also what needed because this year, for the first time, we have a new policy that we do not accept 3-year-old stallions in the spring test anymore. And we like to give them still a chance in breeding. So they are able to breed for 1 year, accepted for breeding for 1 year, because they cannot do the performance test in spring. If they want to continue breeding at the K, then they have to successfully succeed in a 3-week performance test in the autumn 2025. or in the spring 2026. So, but like I said, they can start breeding when they are now selected for the performance test. That's a little new policy. Like I said, it's due to the reason we do not accept any more 3-year-olds at the spring test because of we believe it's a little bit early for them. It's quite a tough and intense process they're already going through, so they need a little bit more time. We think that's better for the horses to add a little time to that tight schedule. So we have now, that's why we will also be a little bit more strict on that, because they are able to breed already. So we now, if we have horses, we need to be convinced of the quality of the horses. If they are really good on the saddle, they can always be represented on the saddle again at the performance test. No problem with that. Then we continue with the dressage stallions. We had 35 dressage stallions being selected for the performance test. That's 39% of the second viewing. And in total, that's 15% of the presented dressage stallions are selected for the performance test. So if you see the total progress, we start with big numbers, and then we select from 15 to 17% of the stallions for the performance test. And even they don't even make it all to the full approval. So it's a really strict selection. And I think also what's interesting, we see it already for several years in jumping, that we have really genetic interesting stallions to be approved, but also we are rising in the genetics in dressage, more sports in the dam line, also in dressage, and also from direct dams of the stallions who perform in the sport. That's really important for us. Sports becomes more important overall. Okay, we can have the next sheet. Then we have the predicates of the dams of the stallions. What's interesting about that to me is that the number of elite mares in dressage is much higher than it is for jumping. But on the other hand, in jumping, we see a higher percentage of 14% compared to 6% in the prestatie mare. And that's also what we see in the pedigrees, that the jumping has already more spots in it than the dressage overall. And maybe the dressage is a little bit more focused on the type and also on the curvings. It's a little closer to the curvings with star and elite and cur. And jumping is more about the sports, I think. But dressage is also getting closer to that. And we are really gaining stallions with more spots in the pedigree. That's really good, I think. We believe. Then we go to the next sheet. This is the sport level of the dams who compete themselves in sports. Then we see with the jumpers, and same for dressage horses, 42% of them have them who competed in sports. That's actually quite a lot. And yeah, we see also from 2 Grand Prix dams and also 2 Grand Prix dams in 3 Grand Prix dams in dressage are sons selected. So that's really interesting, we think, to have directly dams in close to the pedigree of the stallion. Because we think it's important, and you can have a really good dam line, but the sports needs to be close to us. So not a nephew or an over nephew or something like that. It needs to be close to the pedigree of the stallion itself, as close as we can get. So that's why we like to point this out. Okay, we continue with the next. We have stallions with several sons in the second view, and that's also interesting, I think. And the ones between the arches are the ones who are selected. And then we can see for jumping, only Emerald has 3 selected sons. And the rest is all diverse stallions. So we have, from the 28 stallions, we have 26 different stallions selected. So we have a widespread gene in everything, because we have a big number of stallions. 26 of the 28 are all different stallions. Same for dressage. We have also 26 different stallions of the selected stallions from the 35. So that's a little closer to each other. Where some stallions have even 4 or 3 selected stallions. So that's a little closer in the pedigrees than the jumping is. That's also what we can see at the next sheet. What's interesting about this sheet, I think, one back, sorry. With McLaren, with the young stallion already, 4 sons selected. And also with Las Vegas and Toto, of course, but Jovian also has 2. And what's interesting about that, it's also the Scott Tolman, we all know him. He also had 1 selected stallion of Jovian out of Charmeur, out of the dam line Garitas. I think it's really interesting also to see that the American breeder also has a selected stallion in the process going on. But we also see that that's a lot of young stallions have several stallions selected. That's so interesting for us to test them, and yeah, we can test them a little bit better from all the stallions. We already know what they give, and we need to be more selective on that. And also, yeah, we have to give young stallions a chance, we think. Okay, we continue with the kinship. So the kinship is the relation between the pedigree. So how close are they to each other? It's actually, and the jumping, we don't look at it this moment because it's not that important. We have widespread genes still, but we have to take care of that. We know that. But the average dressage it's average, it's high. But there are also selected stallions in dressage who are have a low kinship, and especially with some trainer blood. That's really interesting for us also. They are doing well in sport, and it's really low kinship for us. So that might be also interesting to work on that. But we have, yeah, we take it into consideration. We also had some jumpers we had a really high kinship, and we didn't select them because we don't. If they are not really that good, then we are a little strict on that because we don't want that high kinship in both dressage and jumping. But for dressage, it's a little bit more common to have. Their average is higher in the kinship than for jumping, for sure. I think Lisa had a question, but I couldn't read it too quickly.
Do you have it now? Can you see it?
I cannot see it, no.
Okay, she asks, are you seeing more higher competition results in the dams of stallions because of the increase of ET breeding versus traditional breeding?
Yeah, we see, I think especially in jumping, we see that. ET is more usual than in the jumpers than in dressage, I believe. But it's getting started also in dressage. So if the mare competes, she cannot breed at the moment. So that's why ET and also ICSI is a way to get offspring of the dam. So that has an influence for sure, Lisa. You're right about that, and that's why we also see them direct dams, more direct rams in sports competing and still producing also offspring for sure. But
Thank
we
you, Bart.
also we know that as stallion committee, we also know that not all mares can be into sports. So if a mare has like a really good performance test, like the IBOP or like the EPTM, like we have the mare test in Holland, that's what we also take into consideration, for sure. So we know not every horse can be in sports. Okay, I think we need to continue with the videos of the jump premium stallions, and we start with the jumpers. We start with the first one. We had 4 stallions selected for the championship ring, and we had awarded a champion and a reserve champion. And we start with the premium stallions, so we didn't rank them. So we had a premium stallion number 34. That's Celtic, the Gatinho Calvaro Dama Soy Door. Yeah, you can start the video.
De nummer 34, Celtic VDL. Expert stokmaat van 1,70 meter. Chatinho is de vader.
Maybe you have to
Moederstam van
put the sound down of the
Calvaro.
video.
En dan maar zo door. 1,60 paard van Pio Switzer, Sarena.
What's interesting about the stallion, he measures 1,70 m, so he's tall.
Derde moeder is onder meer grootmoeder van een internationaal springpaard Nagier van de Tour de Semi. En overgrootmoeder van meerdere internationale 1,60 paarden.
Art, we can go to YouTube and turn the sound off of the video. Would you like that?
Yeah, maybe that's better, I think, right?
There, is that okay?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
you
good.
can turn it off like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so Gatinho, he's by Gatinho Calvaro. What's interesting about this? Yeah, you can continue the video. Yeah. What's interesting about this stallion that Gatinho himself jumped at 160 level in Mexico. He is from the same dam as the stallions Balou du Rouet and Balou du Reveton. It's this stallion, Celtic VDL, comes from a French dam line, and also the dam herself competed at 160 level. And she jumped with Ben Meyer, and she was also the winner of the Grand Prix of Wellington in 2016. So that makes it interesting. So direct Grand Prix mare, this stallion is. When we see him jump, what we think he's very athletic, always with a good technique, always good opening from behind. He's eager for jumping, but he has a lot of overview in jumping. Maybe he could sometimes bend a little bit more in the front leg, but he has a good body use and always opening well from behind. When you see him conformation-wise, very correctly built, and he's very well muscled, we think. So when you can see technique, maybe the front leg could be a little bit more closer, a little bit more bending, but really scopy, very easy on the oxer, and very good use of the body, we think. And what's really important for us that it's easy for him to canter after the jumps. He continues to canter. So we believe a very complete stallion with good type, very good pedigree, and also careful, athletic, modern horse. Then we will continue with the other premium stallion. He's called Seeger V. He's by O'Neill van Eigerlo. He's now competing under the name Minuteman with Hendrik van Eckerman. And then we see Ed Jordan Heartbreaker. Also, this one is a tall one, 168, so well-sized, well-proportioned stallion. Modern type still. Good length in the body. Good top line also. Like I said, his sire, O'Neill van Eigerlo, or Minuteman, competing now at 160 level with Hendrik van Eckerman. He was third in the Grand Prix of Mexico in 2024. What's also really interesting that this, maybe the dam line is not that much a sport, but the Grand Dam, she did a really good performance test when she scored a 9.5 for the ability as a jumper horse. So that's what we also take into consideration. We see several 140 horses close and 160 horses a little bit further away. But also this stallion had a lot of overview. He's quick off the ground, quick in the takeoff, good reflexes. Maybe a little straight in the hind leg in the canter, but a good balance in the canter. And what we like to see, especially in this one, is the very good opening from the haunches. Every time again, he's high in the hip and opens well from behind. And it seems very easy for him, the jumps. When the jump is raised, he gets to start improving the technique and gets to start even to jump better. Always also easy for him to stretch on oxer. And that's really important for us, that the horses are able to jump up and then stretch forward on the jumps. That's for us the athletic scope. That was really good jump. Where he jumps up and then stretches so much easy forward on the oxer. Actually, for 2 years now, we put the distance a little further between the fences. So they need to have an athletic scope in the canter. They need to be adjustable in the canter to make the right distance. And also they need to be powerful and scopy to make the jumps. We think that's important because we can add scope to the Dutch breeding, we think. That's important, and that's also what needed. Then we go to the third jumper stallion. That's the reserve champion. He's called Santiago Eldorado Casimir Purioso. Yeah, I know the dam line pretty well. I bred this one myself. He's 160, 169. His sire is Eldorado from the Sestu, competed at 160 level. The dam line, we see sires of Casimir, then Purioso, Nimbadar, Marco Polo. With 4 prestatie mares in the dam line on the row. You can also see this is a dam line of the international jumper Hello Senator, who was second in the Rolex Grand Prix of Geneva and Arena. So good sports in the dam line, like the stallion committee said. I could not judge this one, of course, but the stallion committee described him as a very complete horse, powerful, with a very good scope, and jump both rounds. That's what we also took into consideration, that it has to jump well in Ermelo as well in Den Bosch. So all the premium stallions jumped well in Den Bosch as well as in Ermelo. And what I especially liked in him was the scope, and especially also the overview he has. He's relaxed and can develop a lot of scope from a relaxed canter. What we think is also really important as stallion committee is that the jumpers need to do it themselves. So we guide them a little bit through the line, but don't do that much actually. Not a lot of guidance in the line. So they have to do it themselves. They need to be willing, and they need to be smart. They need to be intelligent. That's what we think is really important for the stallions. We like to see intelligent horses. I think there was a question again.
Yes, Kathy just asked, are the jumps moving forward 2 years ago? Do we also have that change in our free jumping at the Currings too?
Well, we at Stallion Show in Ermelo, we have them a little bit more narrow, the jumps, because then they are not that experienced. So we did it also a little bit on the, we put it a little wider, but not as much as the second ring. The second ring, we put it a little wider because they are more trained, and also with also during the years at the mare shows, we put it already a little bit further. Yes, we did that for sure. Also in the IBOB and also in the free jumping lines, because we think we need bigger, long-strided canters, but especially maybe not all only big, but also adjustable canters. And also in the courses nowadays, the distances are quite far, and they need to be athletic in the canter to make the distances right. So we changed that a little bit forward, and I think now what I hear from other stud books also, that we have the widest lines of all the stud books, I think. And what we have different of the other stud books is, like you can see this picture already now, the oxer is really straight, and all the other stud books have it a little bit more like a triple bar, the first fence. But we think it's important that they can also jump with a good shoulder, and they can jump up, especially with a good shoulder. Good shoulder for us is really important. You can see this also with the stallion who was the champion. That's a fantastic use of front leg with a good shoulder, and also good lowering of the neck over there. So good shoulder for us is really important nowadays, especially in the nowadays courses. Okay, we continue with the champion. 6 cents. He's by Matthias. Then we see Cantos Concorde from a famous dam line in Holland. 170 also. So we have selected the premium stallions were all 168 to 170. So big framed horses, but still with a lot of blood. Also, this one is a modern type from the young stallion Matthias, who jumps now successfully with Jur Vrieling at 1 meter 45. He's from the famous dam line Dolaris in Holland. where there's a lot of sport horses from, and already 6 approved KWPN stallions from this dam line. Like Kalmar, we have from this dam line, Oerendhart, Gullit, Hartats, Kempinski, and Profit. Maybe the dam line, the dams in the dam line are a little small, but this was a well-developed, good size stallion. And what was especially both performances as well as in Ermelo as in Den Bosch, he was very consistent, light-footed, has really good technique with jumping, good up with the withers, quick off the ground, and good technique in the legs for sure. Especially his technique was really good for this horse. Quick reflexes, powerful push-off, and a good OVO. And he just started to jump better when the fence saw race. So that's a good quality, we believe. It's a really good jump again. Very easy for him. Easy cantering, continuing after the jump. So that made him a very complete horse for a modern horse. Light-footed, smart horse also. So seems very promising for us. And that's what made him the champion. Okay, we have to continue, I think, with the dressage.
Yes, because else we're running late.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So we continue with the first one, Sylvester. He's by Bordeaux. Then we see Chivago Sanremo. What's really interesting about this one, this dam has done a good test with 81 in the IBOB, and she's also the full sister of the international horse who competes at the Prix Saint George level. Like you see, this is also a modern type, uphill build, with also a good walk. That's really important for us, and it's very easy for him to make the transitions. So maybe not a really spectacular horse, but very balanced, with good technique in the legs. Good top line, especially his canter is seen by a lot of balance in the canter. Good technique over there, nice reach in the front leg, good bending in the front leg, nice knee. You can see the walk over here. It's really supple through the body. Active, good reach, good length of stride over there. Also powerful in the walk, really good walk he shows over there. And the Bordeaux are also known that they are better on the saddle than in free movement. So I think it might be an interesting stallion to watch for sure. Then we continue with Simply the Best. Number 330, Ferguson Dreamboy Biotop. Also, his dam is an elite EPTM mare. And she has the sport predicate. DOC she also has. In the dam line, we also see a Grand Prix mare. That's really important, we think. And also the dam Imagine had a well test, really well test with 85.5 in the EPTM, and competes now at the high level, at the Grand Prix level. We see this also long line, correct stallion with well muscled top line. He has a nice, well positioned neck, good canter, well balanced canter, powerful canter. Always uphill with good suppleness, good technique in trot. You can see his active walk over there, sufficient length of stride, but always clear, good through the body over there, and active use of the hind leg. We continue with Scott Nicholas. He's by 4 Romans, then we see Vitalis Sorrento. What's interesting about this stallion is that he's from the dam Nanive McPhee. She's also an elite mare, and she competes in sport. She was really good at the young horse classes, and the 7-year-old she already competed at sets at light level, and she scored 84 points in the IBOB. Very elegant horse, this one, with a lot of expression. It's very supple in the trot, light-footed in the trot, good use of the front leg. Also good in transitions, you can see that over there, supple through the body all the ways. Active canter, good changes also over there. It's also really important to have an easy change on in the canter. Nice use of the hind leg. Supple through the body all the way. Easy for him to start cantering directly with a good balance in the canter and a good transition there over again to the trot. So that's really important for us to see the good transitions, that they stay in balance in every transition. We can see the walk again. Also active, sufficient length of stride, but active and clear. Sufficient reach in the front leg. Supple through the body also in the walk. Then we continue with Scaramouche, the Glock's Toto. Then we see Negro Crexy. So this is kinship-wise a stallion we already have a lot of blood from, we think, but he's very promising, this stallion. You can see he's already powerful from the first steps. And this dam also competes at Prix St. George level. Linsky Morijke, she's also elite. She's IBOB. And she competes, like I said, at Prix St. George. Also a stallion with a lot of expression. Moves uphill. Adjustable in the gait, so it's easy for him to shorten and lengthen his stride. Supple through the body and is active in the canter with good balance and powerful use of the hind leg. That's also what you expect a little bit from this pedigree, I think, with Glock's Toto and Negro. And you also expect the power this one shows from the hind leg. This stallion is also from the dam line of the International Grand Prix mare Madorijka by Contango. She was ridden by Madeleine Witte Vrees. She competed at International Grand Prix level. So also interesting dam line on this stallion of Glock's Toto. So Scaramouche is also one to watch, I think. And we continue with the fifth stallion, with the total number of 7 premium stallions in dressage. The fifth one is Saint McLaren. He's by McLaren, the young stallion Winton 007. He's one of the 4 sons of McLaren who is selected. And he is bred from the dam line of the Grand Prix stallion Grandeur by Jazz. And his dam is a full sister of the international light tour horse Eros Easter. Also, the proof stallion New Orleans is from this dam line. Also, this one is a well-developed stallion, long-lined, well-proportioned, well-muscled in the top line, with nice front, we think, with well-shaped and well-positioned neck. A very good technique in the movement. You can see expressive use of front leg over there in the canter. Powerful also uphill in the canter. He's moving always from the hind leg to the front leg. So he's carrying always every step he takes. You can see the very good use of the hind leg over there. That's what he always showed in every performance, the very good use of the hind leg in trot and canter. The walk is clear again. Maybe you could bend a little bit more in the use of the hind leg. But the walk is clear with sufficient length of stride over there. Then we go to the reserve champion. Actually, the standing committee was really happy to have the championships ring back. To have it return to the program this year. It gave a lot of atmosphere, and the audience, they liked it. Really enthusiastic, all the audience. So it was a good addition to the program, we believe. So we now have the reserve champion Everglow Gold by Escalar Sir Donald Donchufro. What makes him really interesting that his grand dam is the famous dam Valle Gold. With Isabel Wertz, he competed at the highest level, of course. Also the dam of Total Hope. So a lot of good pedigree in this stallion. A very strongly built horse. He's light-footed, very well muscled horse, and very easy canter. You can see the good technique over there, good use of the hind leg, stepping under. For him, it's also easy to lengthen and shorten his stride. Well-balanced canter over there, with good reach in the front leg. So this total package made him awarded with the reserve championship. Then we continue with the champion. He's called So Unique. He's by Vivino. Then we see Boston Samba Hit. Very good type, this one. Very expressive in the type. Very modern horse. Light-footed. With a lot of suppleness through the body. But especially his type is really special, we think. Uphill build. Long-lined. Well-proportioned. And very correct in the legs. It's also from a good dam line. His dam scored as 85 already in the test, 85 in the performance test, and she competed at the Prix St. George level. And also the approved stallion Pablo Picasso was already approved from this dam line. As you can see him, is really supple in the movement. Very well balanced over there. Nice use of the neck. Good technique over there. Expressive front leg with carrying use of the hind leg and supple through the body. Very nice. Easy transitions to the canter. Canter is active there. See the walk. Supple walk through the body. Good length of stride over there. Good overstep. Active from behind. And also good reach in front. So also a really good walk over there. Supple through the body. So that was the championship ring. With all the videos.
Thank you so much, Bart. And I'm sorry for everyone that wanted to do a question and answer, but we really got to cut it short because we're already 10 minutes over schedule now. Sorry, Bart.
No, you're good.
Thank you so much for this really interesting presentation, though.
Yes, it was.
Everybody loved your stallion.
Thank you. Well, it was an honor doing the presentation. No problem there.
Thank you so much. Our next presentator is going to be Wigan van Wies. He is going to do the harness horse selection. So Wigan is a inspector for the KWPN, and he also does the judging for our currings for all the harness horse stallions. So Wigan, please take the stage.
Thank you. So first of all, good afternoon to you. Good evening from me. I'm going to talk you through the selected stallions because we have a small breeding direction. I think it's not fair to do only two, so I take them all. So all selected stallions and just 2 videos to take not a lot of time for that. On this first page, you see the stallion Cisandro. He was at the opening at the stallion show in Den Bosch on the harness horse evening. I know the people who saw him, I'm sure they say, okay, it's a preferred stallion, one of the 2 living stallions in the world. And he still looks like a 3-year-old. He's 18 years old, but if you see him in trot, it's really amazing. So I'm sure the one who see him would have given him a big applause. The other preferred stallion is in the United States at the moment. He's owned by Bill Duffy. So there are actually only 2 in the whole world at the moment, living and preferred. Okay, next sheet, please. Regarding the curries, we have a different selection system regarding the riding horses or the jumper horses and even the gelder. But Bart also talked a lot about selection, pre-selection. That's actually what we also do. So we also select on pedigree before the curring starts. So we want to know all information before a stallion participates on the curring. We have started our first round on January 4th in Ermelo. What we do there, we have linear scoring and walk and trot, slow trot on a hard surface, just to look at the correctness, to look if everything is all right. And after that, in the first round, they will trot 1 round in hand in the arena, so on the sand bottom. We had on the first round 33 stallions. 9 of them became star. Star is important because it's another opening to get selected for a performance test at a later moment. So the star predicate is really important. 11 stallions were invited for the second round in Den Bosch on Saturday the 1st. And 1 other stallion, in this case it was a 4-year-old stallion, was invited for a presentation in harness in Den Bosch. And that's a follow-up for the first round because we want to see a harness stallion, which is 4 years or older in harness. So we can select more to the breeding goal. That's why we only had 1 because there was only 1. Then we go to the next sheet. Then we had the second round in the Bosch. It was on Saturday evening in the harness horse evening. The other stallion, 1 other stallion was assessed in harness. So we saw him over there. This was in the beginning of the evening. And then we decided to invite him for the second round. So at that time, he was at the 10 stallions who were assessed in the second round. And 6 of them have been selected for the performance test. And in the second round, we only see 2 rounds in trot without a cage. So it's only trot because that's our breeding goal. That's what we like to see. That's really different to the riding and the gelder horses. The next sheet. We, in between and after Den Bosch, we also had some follow-up inspections because horses or stallions can be sick or there can be other reasons that they aren't occurring at that moment. In total, we had 4 stallions presented as a follow-up from the first and the second round, and 2 of them have been selected for the performance test. So 6 in Den Bosch and 2 additional at the follow-up inspections. If you look at the overview, there were presented in total 35 stallions. 9 of them became star. 12 of the 35 were invited for the second round. 8 of them were selected for the performance test, and we had 2 premium stallions. And if I look at the selected stallions out of the second round, I was seeing the sheet from Bart. Our percentage regarding that is actually 67%. So we select a lot out of the second round. But of course, we are very small breeding direction. So the numbers go up immediately when you select 1 or 2 more. Regarding the stallions, we have 5 different stallions. And if we look at the kinship, we have the same kinship classes like the riding horses. We always hope to have a few horses with a very low or a low kinship because that's an issue in the harness horse world. This moment we were able to select 2 low till average, 2 average, and 4 high in kinship stallions. Regarding high kinship, it's possible to get approved, but they must meet they must be very good. So they must be very good in a performance test to get approved. So it's not easy to do that, but we want to give them a chance, but they have to be more than average. And if you look at the dam predicates, one sheet back, please. Yes, we had one dam with a stud book. 4 of them were star, 1 star preferent, 1 elite, and 1 elite preferent. Yes, the next sheet. Then I will talk about all the selected stallions we had this year, beginning with Sandro, number 713. He was by the first offspring of Macho, out of Heidelin Elite from Sisandro. Sisandro is a very typical harness horse with a lot of appearance, a lot of stallion appearance as well. Very high, very nice head with a very nice neck. Also strong connections, a very good foreleg action. And overall, it's a really impressive stallion. We are glad we could select this stallion, and this stallion is from Heidelin. And Heidelin is a famous mare, is a national champion as a 3-year-old, and had, for example, an IBOB for 89 points. So a really good dam behind Sisandro. And then the second one is Surprise T. He's also by Macho. We are glad we could select a few stallions from Macho because it's his first offspring. So we always are looking forward to that, especially for young stallions. Surprise T is out of Helga T, and she's a star preferred mare from Sisandro. She's also the dam from the approved stallion Oberon. He has a very good height. He is also very complete. He has a very nice rectangular body with very strong connections. Also nice head. In trot, he shows a good technique. He looks really easy to go in trot, but also he has the possibility to accelerate. So we're really convinced with him out of a very good dam line with a lot of sport inside it. And then we can go to the next sheet. Then we go to Santos. Santos is by Magnifique out of the studbook mare Mara von Fontijn. The sire Magnifique also scored very good points at the performance test. And Magnifique won a lot of competitions in the Netherlands, almost everything. Santos is a really typical harness horse with a lot of action in his movements. Especially his reach is also outstanding in his foreleg. When we look at his dam line, he's average to high in his kinship. He could be a little bit bigger. But if you look at his dam line, we also see saddlebred blood. So that makes him extra interesting. And of course, Santos is out of the first offspring for Magnifique. That also counts for Showtime. It's number 726. He's also by Magnifique out of Viva Arena Elite Preferent by Marvel. This stallion is really interesting as well because he is rectangular. He's attractive. He has a nice front with a good neck position and a lot of action in his foreleg. And if you look at this dam line, his dam line is low till average regarding kinship, so that's extra interesting. And his dam is really a famous dam, and his complete dam line is actually very famous with a lot of sports and a lot of champions in that dam line. So we really hope to see him perform well during the performance test. Then we go to the next one. It's Sorrento. He's by Roy M. out of Julia Rose, star from Sisandro. This is a really good-looking stallion with a good harness type. He's high-legged. He has a nice head, also strong connections. He's 166 and his kinship is average still high, so that makes him also interesting. But what makes him the most interesting is his his sire, because Roy M hasn't been long in the stallions because he died at a very young age. But in the few years he was still a stallion and still alive. He produced a lot of good curring and sport horse, so that makes him extra interesting for us. So we're looking forward to see him in the test. And then if we look at Ryan AVL, that's the next one, right below. That's the 4-year-old stallion. He's not too big, but he's interesting regarding his kinship and also about his presentation in harness. He showed a lot of technique with a lot of action. He had a lot of go, and he really looks like a powerful harness horse. And in his dam line as well is also saddlebred blood. So for us, it's an interesting horse. And also we're looking forward to see him in the performance test. By the way, our performance test takes 28 days, so 1 week longer than the riding horses take. Then we have Sam with the number 700. He's by Sisandro, out of a Larix mare. He's 3 years old. His height is 136 with a higher kinship. This stallion became a premium stallion because the stallion has a lot of technique in his movements, a lot of front. He's really expressive. And yeah, I hope you like the color, but he's also very colorful. In this case, a colorful chestnut. But he presented himself very well during the first round and also in the second round. And regarding his dam line, it's also very famous. There are multiple very good sport horses and even approved stallions in his dam line, which makes him very interesting. The reason to become premium is actually the whole package. So it's a very good horse with a very good dam line and a very good performance at the Curries. We will show a video a few moments later from him. Then we have the last one. It's Samba with the number 711. He's also by Macho, out of the star mare Mareda by Sisandro. He became premium and champion. He's also a 3-year-old. He's very well developed. He has very strong connections. He has a very nice head, a very good neck position. And in trot, he shows really fancy, really happy. And it looks like it doesn't cost him any energy. We are really glad with this also colorful stallion. And if you look at the stallion before this one, maybe they might end up somewhere in 2 in hand because they look quite similar. And actually, because we had the new championship this year, like Bart said, this was first a champion this year. So he trotted really well. He showed a lot of technique, a lot of balance, a lot of suspension. And overall, he's also a really happy horse. And that's what you see if you see him. So we really enjoyed his performance. And for us, he was the champion because we believe he was the most complete stallion at the stallion show in the harness horse direction. Then we'll show two videos. The first premium stallion, Sam. Maybe you can turn off the sound, but not sure if that's possible.
Larix, dan Unico, Fabricius.
Yes, it's possible. So if you see, like I said before, we don't judge them in a cage. So it's only 2 rounds in trot because that's our breeding goal. Now we can see Sam from the.
Leon, do you want the sound on or off?
No, just slow.
Okay.
Not loud, I mean.
Okay, sorry, just checking.
So you can see it's a typical harness horse with a lot of front. He could be built a little bit more uphill, but the most important is when he starts to trot, he should go uphill, and that's what he does. What I also like, he's really great in his front, also regarding his head-neck connection. If that's light, it's easy for him to put on his head in the right position. And if you look at this, you see a lot of action in the foreleg and also a lot of reach. He also has a lot of suppleness and also a lot of balance. And of course, he's colorful, so I'm sure you will notice if you trot by.
Including Tianta J, Vizier J, and Eduard J.
And like I said, he's from a very, very famous dam line with good sport results. And he also is a happy horse, so he trots on an easy way. It doesn't look like he needs a lot of energy for it. Also like the way he looks, the way his ears are listening to the public. So he's really attractive horse for us. Hopefully he will do well during the performance test. We go to the next one. It's the champion, also the colorful chestnut. So he's by Macho out of the star mare Mareda by Sisandro. Of course, it's great to see the first offspring from Macho. So Macho, as you all know, he was the highest scoring points during the performance test ever. So it was only a 9 or 9.5. So, and what really is amazing about this horse, he's built uphill. He has got very strong connections, also a very nice head with a very nice eye. And he's also so friendly, and he's so, you know, his workability looks very good. And he looks so friendly. That's really what's amazing. So he has a lot of appearance as well. Regarding his legs, they are really lean. He also has good hoof, and really like his shoulder and also his withers. So it's a very complete stallion.
Keuringskampioen. Behaalde in Tag 45 winstpunten. En uit deze stap komen een aantal goedkeurings.
And if he starts to trot, you can see his happiness. It's for him very easy to trot. He has a lot of balance. You also see he's still going up. He has a lot of suppleness.
Samba by Macho Sisandro.
So we believe he, not only by his color, but he is really an eye catcher.
Arena line.
Out of a very good, well-known dam line with also some approved stallions in it.
A very famous Grand Dam that was champion of the inspection and also obtained 45.
So our second round takes not so much time as a riding horse. We only do 2 rounds. Actually, that's it. And before the performance test starts, but I will tell you a little bit more about it a few minutes later. So compared to the first round, we only do two rounds in trot. And in the first round, we do hard inspection, so linear scoring on the hard surface. Okay, then I can tell you, but I think we're running a little bit out of time, so I'll make it fast, I hope. So all selected stallions must met the requirements for pork roaring and semen. It also counts for the riding horses, of course. They have to be presented in harness 3 times before the performance test starts, and that's in autumn 25, so this year. I was talking in the beginning about star for a stallion. It's possible for a star or a second round stallion to be presented for a second chance to get an invitation for the performance test. And if they get selected at that moment, they will join the already selected stallions. On the 3rd time, on the day the performance test starts, the committee will make a final decision if the stallion will be allowed to the performance test or not. So it's not easy to perform in the performance test, and hopefully every selected stallion will be there at the end of the year in autumn. Also, vet check is required before the performance test starts. That's the same like the riding horses. They have to do that as well. And the difference between the riding horse and the harness horses is our test takes a week longer. So it will take about 28 days for us. Then we score the stallions during the test for different things. So only we have 8: front, posture, suspension, foreleg action, use the hind leg, enthusiasm, workability and trainability, which gets more and more important because we believe everyone should handle a harness horse. So workability and especially also trainability has to be very good. If the stallion doesn't score a 7 or more, he won't be approved. So it has to be really good. And of course, we have an overall impression for the stallion. It's a little bit different than the riding horses do. Then we'll take a short look at approved stallions from last year. We had 5 at that time. In this case, we are talking about Ricardo. He's by Boselli. Boselli has a little bit of Hackney blood inside. Out of Hulinda P, Cur Prefremère by Sisandro. He has a very low kinship, so we are really glad we could approve this stallion. And during the test, he scored well with an 8 for front, for example, but also an 8 for foreleg action. So regarding kinship, he's very interesting. And also, he's a youthful horse. He could be a little bit bigger, maybe. But okay, he has a very good dam line as well, and also some Hackney blood. So we are curious about his first offspring next year. Then we go to Ravensgoed W. Ravensgoed W is by Delano out of Elite Mare by Ebert. It's 164, and this stallion is also low till average on kinship. He's a very nice stallion with a nice rectangular body, but he's also very upbuilt, as you can see. He has a really nice shoulder and also a nice withers with a very nice neck. During the test, he scored well, especially on his front, his posture as well, and the other parts were also more than sufficient. Regarding his dam line, there's also some Frisian blood in his dam line. It makes him more interesting for that. And of course, because of Frisian, we have tested the mother, the dam, especially for certain diseases, but the dam was free of any diseases regarding the Frisian. So that's really important in case of breeding with this stallion. Then we go to the next one. It's Relatif. He's by Idol out of Cureda Elite by Unico. This is also a well-developed stallion with an average kinship. This stallion scored the highest points at the performance test. He only scored an 8 or more. Regarding his foreleg action and enthusiasm and work and trainability, a 9 and 8.5 says a lot. It's a strong connected stallion with an impressive shoulder, an impressive withers, and also a nice neck position. He has a good hoof, a very good hoof indeed, and his dam line is really strong. And regarding his dam line, there's a new selected stallion quite out of the same dam line. This stallion is very interesting, and also we are looking forward to see him with his first offspring next year. He was the performance test champion last year. Then we go to Rebel. Rebel is by Lanto out of Caldine, Keur by Cisandro. He's well developed, 166. He also scored well during the performance test, especially on front and work and trainability. His trainability and workability was amazing. If you look at his dam line is actually really famous because he's out of the dam line from the approved stallion and disease stallion Ebert, but also from the approved stallion Hubert, and Hubert is in the United States. So his dam line is really proven, and yeah, we are really looking forward to see the offspring from this stallion also. And of course, because it's the first son, the first approved son of Lanto, that makes him interesting as well. Then we had one older stallion regarding kinship. This one has a kinship of 6%. It's very low, so that's really interesting. His dam, Plains Estelle by Plains Black Magic, is a full hackney, and his sire is Image, HBC. Image is a gelding at the moment, and he only had a few offspring, so it's really nice to get the son approved out of his small offspring. He was born in 2018, so he's already 7 years old. He has competed already in a few sports competitions, and he also was a winner of a youngster class in there. We believe it's an interesting stallion, and hopefully, yeah, he will get a chance to breed them to some good harness mares. During the test, he scored good points regarding front enthusiasm and workability, but also action foreleg was really good, and the older score points were above average. So yeah, we look to see for his future, and hopefully we'll see a nice collection of offspring also next year. That's about it. So I had a little bit to hurry, so I would like to tell you more, but that's not possible at the moment. There might be any questions, but I don't know if it's allowed to get any questions, if someone has a question.
I don't see any questions in the chat right now, Vigon, and sorry we had to hurry you a little bit, but you stayed exactly in the 20 minutes, so I applaud you. Thank you so much. It was interesting, Vigon.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
And now we have a break. Liz will have some promotional videos, and we will start back.
I think at 45, right?
Yeah, you want to give the 20-minute break?
Well, I don't think we can do that. No.
Okay, so we're scheduled to start at Eastern Time, 2:30, which would be 10 minutes from now.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of shorter break for everyone. Enjoy your break.
En Koen Terrein, 2 ondernemers met een hart voor de Belgische fokkerij. Zij maken de balans op na 1 jaar Belgian Breeders Bonus.
Mijn naam is Erik Goossens. Ik heb een fokkerij van paarden genoemd Harris de la Vie. Die gestart is in het jaar 2000. Ik fok jaarlijks een 6-tal veulens die ik dan probeer te verkopen.
Mijn naam is Koen Terrein. Ik ben fokker onder de naam Quality Stud in Middelkerken. En ik ben tevens de oprichter van Hypomundo.
Ik heb de paarden via de paplepel meegekregen. Mijn vader was ook altijd ruiter. Ik heb zelf ook altijd gereden. Fokkerij heeft mij altijd aangesproken. België staat al nummer 1 in de wereld. Dus ik wil ook mijn steentje bijdragen om een beter paard te proberen fokken. Voor in de grote sport.
Ik had eerst de stutterij. En ik had al heel vlug door als mijn 4-jarige paarden ergens sprongen. Dat was dan in Engeland of in Duitsland of afhankelijk van waar ik het vulde naartoe verkocht had. Dan kon ik dat moeilijk volgen en ik vond dat heel ambetant. Ik kom uit de volbloedwereld waar je dat allemaal heel gemakkelijk kan zien op één platform. En zo is het idee ontstaan om dat ook mogelijk te maken voor de jumping en dat is dan Hypomundo geworden. Dan had ik het idee van waarom zou ik daar ook geen contactpagina kunnen aan toevoegen, zodanig dat mensen die mijn paarden zien, die de pedigree zien van mijn paarden, die mij ook kunnen contacteren. En zo is dat gebeurd. Als we al die informatie hadden, dan hebben we ook rankings gemaakt. Wie is het meest verdienende paard? Wie is de meest verdienende ruiter? We hebben op die manier de fokkerijgegevens samengevoegd, opgewaardeerd met de sportgegevens. En zo hebben we meer en meer tools ontwikkeld die nuttig zijn voor de fokker.
Vandaag de dag staat België nummer 1 in de wereld. Waarom? Omdat wij niet in feite chauvinistisch zijn. Wij gaan dus de beste bloedlijnen vanuit het buitenland gaan combineren met elkaar. En zo hebben we een eigen ras gestart. En hebben ook de opleidingen hier ter plaatse. We zijn een klein land, maar toch betekenen we in de wereld zijn we toch een belangrijke speler geworden. Iedereen wil in België zijn, niet alleen voor de paarden, maar ook voor de opleiding. Men zou denken dat in de fokkerij de hengst het belangrijkste is, maar het is niet de hengst die het belangrijkste is, het is de moederstam die in feite het goede paard kan vormen. Het is de moeder die in feite maar 10 tot 15 veulens op een leven kan geven. Een hengst kan 1000, 2000 nakomelingen geven. En als één merrie 3, 1,45, 1,50 paarden heeft, dan spreken we van een goede merrie. En dit hebben we in België goed voor elkaar. Als fokker is het natuurlijk belangrijk om te weten als je goed bezig bent of niet. Dus het is belangrijk om die informatie te capteren, om te weten als je een veulen verkocht hebt, doet dat veulen dat goed in de sport, je moet het kunnen volgen. Dus daarom vind ik Hypomundo een goede tool, want daar kan je alles raadplegen en daar kan je zien, moet ik met dit stammetje verder doen of moet ik stoppen met het stammetje en moet ik een nieuwe lijn opstarten die het beter zal doen.
Het is wel zo dat Hypomundo niet alleen er staat voor de jumpingsport, maar we hebben ook die rankings voor de dressage en voor de eventingsport. En doordat Hypomundo zo transparant was en dat wij de rankings hebben, hebben wij onze medewerking gegeven voor de oprichting van de Belgian Breeders Bonus, omdat we daar de top 30 fokkers belonen op basis van het meest gewonnen prijzengeld van hun producten. Momenteel is de Belgian Breeders Bonus voor 30 mensen die ervan kunnen genieten. Na 1 jaar Breeders Bonus kan ik je gerust zeggen dat we bij Hypomundo zeer goed geplaatst zijn om de eerste reacties op te vangen. En die zijn zeer positief. Niet enkel in België, maar ook in het buitenland. Wij krijgen veel telefoontjes van mensen die zeggen waarom kunnen wij niet meedoen als Fransman of als Nederlander. Dus dat wordt wel zeer goed onthaald.
Ja, de sector heeft nood aan transparantie. Ik ben fokker, ik verkoop mijn producten als veulen. Die gaan naar het buitenland, maar het is zeer moeilijk om die te volgen. Gelukkig is er Hypomundo die dus, als er een sportresultaat binnenkomt, dan word ik daar per mail van op de hoogte gesteld. En op die manier heb ik dan die informatie om dan de juiste beslissing te nemen. Hoe meer informatie dat je hebt, hoe beter de beslissing je kan nemen.
Hello, everyone. We're back on the call. It's time now for the second part after the second break, or well, the third part of the meeting. We'd like to share with you 4 videos that I made the past months. I went to visit 4 very successful people, riders, breeders, very knowledgeable people with years of experience that were graciously sharing so much knowledge and vision with our members in these videos, I think. You will be able to watch the full videos on our YouTube channel. They're long, some of them are over an hour. But for this meeting, I shortened them and tried to find some great parts of them. But I really recommend you all to go watch the full videos. Let's start with the first one, interview with Sabine Schut-Carey that I did in California in September. The sound is on the left, Kelly, yeah.
I also was super excited because he went 3 days. So pre-St. George I won and then the freestyle. And I was thinking, yeah, he might be tired on day 3 and he was not. So it really showed me that A, he definitely has gained some strength. And then B, he also liked and enjoyed his work if he's still on day 3 full on there for me.
Excited.
Yes,
to do it.
yeah. And he's such a exciting and cool horse, and I really, really love working with him. He's a very, very kind horse and really one of those horses that always tries its best, and he has such beautiful and big gaits that really speak for him in all the young horse divisions, you know. And so, yeah, I mean, he's given us, I always say, a gift each year. And also taking him to Ermelo as a 6-year-old.
I
was
saw you there.
fun,
Yeah, that was
and
great.
he's such a good boy. Like, you know, I was telling even in Chicago in the interview, I take him, the 2 stallions and another Dutch gelding that I have on trail rides, and Latino always is the leader, and he's just so solid. He's my favorite. And he was going on a 20-meter circle, and you could see how much forward drive he had. And that was always, that's something, for example, I think is important for Grand Prix. Because even at the end in Tokyo, when it was so hot, it not once, you know, you have thoughts about, ooh, watch out that this doesn't go wrong or that doesn't go wrong. It never crossed my mind that I wouldn't have enough horse in that weather. Not once did I think.
Because he always kept that forward urge.
He just has so much go, but was good in the head too, because that's the hard combo, right? The hot.
Sometimes a trade-off, right?
Or when, and when we talk about hot, I don't like the hot, but word hot. They have to be good in the mind. I think I would call it more the work ethic and willingness to just go forward. It's hard also when we talk about the other extreme. I always say that in my lessons, it's hard to collect a horse that doesn't think forward, right? You can't convert that push into carrying if the horse doesn't have
forward
that.
isn't there.
Yeah.
If you are never ridden to Grand Prix yet, would you recommend it's still possible or good to start with a young horse, or do you think you should?
100%. I mean, look, when you look at the classical book, it always says, you know, the inexperienced rider on an experienced horse and vice versa, right?
That's what a lot of people think. Like,
yeah, but I would say, I mean, I come from a non-traditional background. Yes, I learned with warm bloods at Jan Bemelmans in Krefeld, Germany. But then after that, I went back to the barn where I was as a child, riding ponies, and the other half, they had Frisian horses and Andalusians. And and that's where that comes from also for me to young trained horses, because I've never been given an older trained horse. I don't come from that kind of business model. So we always had to make our own horses. So that's why I feel most comfortable when it's my product.
Yeah.
And it's such a partnership that we read each other at the end with such subtle little signals. But I can say from my experience, it's definitely possible. You know, times have changed now with internet. I'm always like very looking back, happy that
We
I
didn't have
grow.
that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I always say I grew up with rocks and sticks
Yeah.
to play, you know. But it's like I sometimes feel like that must be hard for a young person when people always
Can see
post
everything you do.
yes,
Yeah.
and they see these really fancy horses, and what is being bred nowadays is just incredible. The movement that we have now available, and the athleticism, and the everything, the whole package compared to 20, 30 years ago, right? So I think it's also really important that we don't forget to not override the expression, but that the expression comes from suppleness and throughness and harmony, and don't go accidentally the wrong direction for our own egos or for our own athletic goals, and always keep in mind that we're working with an animal and take our time, and each horse is individual, because I want them to go to a show and liking it and
Have
not
fun.
feeling,
Yeah.
oh, now we have to do something that's a little harder than the rider. I mean, we all want to do well. We put a little pressure on, I feel like, and I don't want to do that. I want to make it a really good experience, so at the end that I really have a partner I can count on and I can push on, because they don't look at showing in a negative or stressful way, but a very relaxed and, hey, it's the same like at home. Definitely also myself looking a lot in Holland for up and coming and young horses, and I always loved how much expression the Dutch horses have. And they're beautiful, and I think, you know, of course that's not where you score, but it is a little bit the whole package, in the sense also they have a lot of charisma. When a horse comes in the ring that has a lot of expression
Presence.
and
Yeah.
presence,
Yeah.
charisma, I mean, I still get so excited and melt, and I'm just so in love with that horse then. So I think a little bit it counts too, besides all the other attributes that we have to have in order to be competitive at a high level in the sport. And he's so talented and such a like very, very sweet horse, a little bit of an introvert, and you have to get to know him. Like when you first, if he doesn't know you and you step in the stall, he's the opposite from gorgeous Latino. He'll come like
In your space.
yes.
Yeah.
But this one is more shy, but also super, super, the work ethic is impeccable. I will have to say, when I sat on him, I immediately fell in love with him when I was up there. So that was definitely already a yes, and a very, you know, I'm obviously very grateful to have that opportunity to sit on such an amazing horse.
Hopefully next year you're going to ride him Grand Prix, right?
Am I?
Or not? Oh no, it's
I
developing
wish.
Grand Prix next year.
Well, you know, with sometimes I hope I can get it done, but again, I will not, you know,
Rush it.
rush it. I mean, he's going to tell me how fast we will get there. I think he has a nice Piaffe, really nice Piaffe passage, so that I already have. And the Grand Prix test is a hard test. I mean, they have to do everything. You know, you have to find the horse where you also feel it's not a big deal for them, I think, you know. And it's, you know, we're the advocate for our horses, so it's also really important that we place them correctly and say, you know, which horse is good at what, right? So he's definitely
A different type.
a different type, and he's not shy, he's confident. And if he was probably in nature, he would be the alpha. But he's also very people oriented and very sweet, loves kids. I remember in Ermelo, he had one of the stalls in the permanent stabling, and he had his head out, and his owner's sister was in town with a bunch of kids. They just loved on him, and he was like a total ham, like playing with them and enjoying all the attention.
yeah.
And it's fun that he's also super brave. Like I said earlier, he's like my favorite trail horse.
Oh yeah, well,
And
you're right.
you know, it's a big step from Prix St. George to I1. They have to do full pirouettes, and also he's growing out now, except for the Grand Prix, but the young horse program. So he has to, you know, it's a little bit more forgiving in the young horse program, certain things, you know, when the pirouettes are a little bit bigger still. So everything has to be more tighter. And in the I1 and Prix St. George, I think things come up quicker. And as I say, in Chicago, he did very well. I'm super proud of both horses. But I will say he still was a little bit struggling with the fact that things come up so quickly. And I have to listen to him. And I can't just, I would love to show him, you know, right away. But I have to listen to him. And I also have to acknowledge he's done so much for us every year. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And so
If he
maybe
needs an extra year,
it's a year where we take it a little more easy. I don't know. We'll see. He's going to tell us.
I hope you all enjoyed this video, and I would definitely recommend to go to our YouTube channel and watch the whole thing, because Sabine has so much more interesting things to share. Are there any questions? Then please put them in the chat. Right, yeah, she really had a horse first attitude, and she talks a lot about taking their time and waiting until the horse is ready. It's very interesting to hear her view on a lot of things. She shares much more. Very good. And also nice to see those Dutch boys, I thought. They looked very happy. All these nice comments in the chat. Sabine would try to get on the call, but she was at thermal, so she probably couldn't make it, unfortunately. But she said hi to everyone. Let's go to the second video. It's about the family Van Straten, a very many decades of breeding, generations of breeding in this family. They have horses in the stables of 10 generations. It's very interesting, and they bred over 20 160 horses. Had horses go to the Olympics. It's a very well-known jumper breeder family from the Netherlands.
I started breeding, and I said to my dad, what you have is totally not interesting. So we're looking for new blood. So he traveled with me to Belgium, to France. We bought Lugano Flugel, that was the top combination. We had Almain mares, and later on we start traveling to Holstein. And we bought a lot, but after 5, 10, 15 years, they were not healthy, or not jumping, or bad character, or too small, or name it. So it was bad investment. But his line still developed, and more horses out of that line show the results. And they came here and they asked my dad's breeding, not my breeding, my dad's breeding. So the most successful now is still my dad's breeding. And we have them in different lines, but one dam line, different lines. And you see that they are here having so much interior. We don't use thoroughbred. They're getting too hot. And riders don't need to ride them in a German way. They need to ride them more in the American way and soft. But when they go, they go. And when we start them free jumping, otherwise, others, you see them waiting in the corner or this, but they all go from the beginning. And that's character and willing and durability and hardness. And that's something you get over generations. Total, we breed about 20 160 horses, but under it, more and more are coming with 140, 145. And that's good for us. So for me, it's more important to have a mare that's having offspring that they are all in sport, than at least just one doing the 160 and 9 or 10 folds more, not seeing them in sport anywhere. So that's a bit our criteria. The same we do with searching for stallions. When we're going to use stallion, and mostly young stallions, we take the same criteria. So also I want to get information from the mom, from the grandma, from the great-grandma. I want information from the siblings. And then I choose to use a 5, 6 or 7-year-old stallion to make stronger progress to breed that more modern show jumper. I see a stallion as an extension from a dam line. So that's the reason that I sometimes choose for a young stallion. But then I want to know everything about that young stallion. For example, McLean Ward is now riding one from George Set, and that was the first year he was covering mares, and everyone was saying, oh, he's too young, but I know the line and the whole line, and I saw him jumping, and he was not approved at the BWP, and later on he was approved at Sangerside, but I liked the stallion. He was eager and working. So we have now some in our breeding, 5 and 6-year-olds, and the rest are waiting till the stallion himself is going Grand Prix. But I want to be a part of the first earlier stage.
Young mare having the second foal, and that's already the 10th generation. Yeah. But when we had Tokyo 2020, we had from one mare 2 show jumpers over there, so that was good. Poker the Mariposa, and then Casago Toulon. It's also 9 generations homebred. Yeah, we have 6 Agonix mares, and what do you like so much about him? Yeah, his performance himself. But Gute Sitte was one of the best mares ever in the 70s, 80s with Erik Wouters, and it's all offspring of that mare. So it's a big family, but it's unbelievable how many sport horses coming from him. And super mind, strong hind leg, strong body. So interested to have 6 mares at the moment.
And you all like them a lot.
Yeah,
the mares.
yeah,
The mares are
yeah,
really good
yeah. They get their chances. We start them. We start riding them. Jos is already having one in the 130, but it's promising. So that's the stallion, the Kazam, and that's Kazam. Kazan is Balobé, Heartbreaker, and then mom is Corland, Carolus, Hold Up, Cash, Nimmerdorf, Burggraaf, La Mexico, Urom. So that's also 9 generations born here. But when he's on show, there is lots of demand on the horse, and it's a very talented horse. So there is a young stallion in Canada at the moment called Picobello. And Picobello is by United Touch out of Dinken, Toulon. And this is the mum. She's doing the 135 now, ready for the 140. It's unbelievable mare. And the mum is in Wellington for the 4th or 5th year already, doing the 140, the 145. So the line is unbelievable. They are in sport and they are long in sport. I show you later on a picture over there, a photo. We have pedigrees and photos. And one mare called Una Bella. She started sport at 6 and ended up when she was 19 winning a 2-star in Italy. So 13 years in a row in sport, and that's telling something. That's a shaman. Born here, sold, and but still in training with Josta, also ready for the 140. And we had a lot of good horses from Shaman. It combined very well with the Bellamy's. So we're happy to have some mares in our breeding, but the mares are already grandma. So we're going further with the further generation, next generation. This is my favorite, Donna. Is by Favorite Ask. Favorite Ask is a full brother to Elvis de Putte. Her dad is approved in Denmark. The mom is a Grand Prix horse by Carrera, ridden by Michael van der Vleuten. And then originally the line is from It's Otto. So we have a lot of sport horses from that line. So all we have here and still breeding, we have them for more generations. Litola S. From her we will have the first foal this year by Tattoo. This is my favorite.
Why?
She's still laughing at me, but special interior and great offspring of her, but doing things so easy, so very easy. So I have big hopes for her.
What's the lineage of this one again?
Capitol line. So we call it Holsteiner line 170. Agonix mare, typical Bellamy. So the model is a bit like great grandma herself. Not a modern horse, but she's having so much blood. It's unbelievable. She and have her first foal, but typical to when you use Agonix is also a bit old-fashioned in type. The whole family is a bit old-fashioned with Darko, and then you see it back in generations, and you have a mare like this. The photos and the pedigrees. So all the mares in spot here, and the best mares will have her own plate. Isabel is also in the States, did the 150 with Fred Jr. here, and last year, even with a very young girl, she was competing again at the age of 19 or 20. Yeah, but that's the future. They need to have length and size and blood. And also from an amateur, when you sit on a horse that's copy, you get confident and you do your thing. That's what they do. They need to react, and they do. Nisabel, by Agonix this year. And then the mum is the Verdi, eh?
Number 17.
Yeah. And that's typical for the whole line. When you lead them here and you put them here in the middle and you walk and you look, but when you sit on it, and it definitely need to go on the show, then you see the interior is working for you. But in the stable and in normal duties, she's very normal and very good behaving. So the mom over there, Zabel, is the great grandma of her at the top. This is Poker de Mariposa, Poker Casago Toulon, also Bellamy, and in foal to Zero Blue. Had a very nice colt last year by Zero Blue, and I think that's shoots very good. She's having size and length, and that's a bit what Zero Blue needs. But Zero Blue, when you see him jumping, it's unbelievable what a horse with those genetics is able to. He jumps so loose in his body and is having a lot of scope. So for me, very interesting. And then Sarah and Fine Sarah behind it, a lot of performance. The grandma of Zero Blue won the Hamburger Derby, so there's a lot of performance. Oh, yeah. The first case, they all want to train them up to the approvals. So also good X-rays and good free jumping, and when they choose for it, and otherwise they geld it and start as a 4-year-old with sport horses. But last year we sold 7 colts to the US, and all to clients that have horses from us. Yeah. And you can follow on Instagram and on Facebook, and when you see the results, and there is an S, there are more S horses in the world, but it's interesting to see on horse dealers if they come from here.
Bellamy is the Mexico mare, that is the base mare for your breeding actually.
The line increased in quality, and the sport horses came, and now we are 30, 35 years further, and the best line is still his line. And how come? The character over generations and the willing, beside of a not super modern model, but the character and the willing is there. And now over several branches, most of the success is this line.
Well, that's quite clear. Let's look into the different horses that you bred. I've pictured 2 as an example. One is Una Bella here, jumping in France at a 5-star event. It is by Calvados, Libero, and then Burghoff. So if you look at these steps that you've taken all the way, why did you choose these stallions?
Yeah, Calvados, the mentality and are bringing some scope into the line.
Calvados was a 160 jumper with Peter Gering.
Yeah, and with Una Bella, she started with 6, and she was in sport for 13 years, and when she was 19, she was able to win a 2-star in Italy. And our experience is the best mares with the best performance bring us still the best results. And
that's why you bring most of your mares now in sport.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah.
So that was super interesting to visit Fred. He has so much to share. He's extremely knowledgeable man. You should definitely also follow him on Facebook because he very frequently posts videos of his horses, and especially after you watch the video on our YouTube channel, the whole video, and he shows all of them, and then you go to his Facebook page and then you can see them jump. Like he posts almost every day. He's very active. His family runs this business together with him, his daughter and his son. And they also jump all the horses for him. So it's very cool to go to his Facebook page. I definitely recommend it. Do you have any questions? Let's go to the next video. Helen?
That has always, also with dressage and jumping, always has been my red line that I want the stallions to prove themselves in the sport. They have to show themselves, they have to show how they are in the character, how they can manage physically, are they talented enough to do the big things? Because that's really what we would like. If we select a stallion, we really select with the idea that he should go to do the big sport. Yeah. So at a certain point, Negro came on our way, and Negro was, of course, for us a very important horse.
When did you scout Negro?
That's a funny story. I scouted him, in fact, on the stallion book. You always get, before the stallion show, you get the catalog in, and you go to the book. And I saw Pharaoh himself a few times on the show. I saw him on the Olympics in Sydney and all over. And I was crazy about Pharaoh. He had so much power and so much mechanics. And I wanted the son of Pharaoh. So we got the book in from the stallion show, the catalog. And there it was Pharaoh, Variant, Gondolier. It was Negro. And it was really, he really got my attention already on the paper, because I liked Variant very much. I saw him a few times at Anke van Grunsven, and he had already high points at the test. And I liked the
What did you like so much about Variant?
The mechanics, nice mechanics, and a very good model line, strong model line. And then after Variant, we got Gondolier. Gondolier was
top jumper.
Yeah, that was, of course, that was, Henk Noorden was, I think, one time the champion with, and it was really top jumper. And Gondolier, a horse with a very good connection, strong back. And then Black, so that was, he got my attention on paper, and then I phoned to the owners of the horse. And I went to there to have a look. But that was a little bit a sad story. There was a family Borges, and the mother, mevrouw Borges, she lost her husband that summer. And the mother and the children wanted to bring Negro themselves to the stallion show. So they didn't want to sell. They wanted to bring him to the stallion show. He was not for sale. But I saw already the way they prepared him, that he was, I thought, okay, he's not looking so, I had my doubts about if he was going to pass. But they went to the stallion show, and at the moment that the stallion show was, when he was refused, I was in France with one of my stallions, I think with Calypso, to get him approved over there. And then he went to the stallion show, and they sent him out. And I thought he was not for sale, but then meneer Van Tel, meneer Van Tel went down to the people and asked if the horse was for sale. And yeah, they asked him money, and they sold it to meneer Van Tel. So I came back from the stallion show, and then the horse was sold to Van Tel. But then later on, I got contact, I think through Jan, to his son, to Jan Van Tel, and they said, yeah, maybe you want to do something. And then Negro went to he got later on approved under the saddle. That was the first time that you could
present under saddle for an extra examination.
Yeah, we call it herkansing.
Herkansing.
Yeah, it was the first time that they had the herkansing. So we showed, they showed it to the herkansing under the saddle, and they approved him, and he went to Ermelo. And so we got the contact with Van Tel, and then he said, yeah, well, I want to do something. So I went to Ermelo with my wife to have a look. And then Negro came in, and we saw him trot away 20 meters, and we thought, yeah, we want the horse.
Yeah.
So we agreed with Van Tel, bought 50% first. He came to here, he started breeding, and I started to ride him. And yeah, it's on the dressage side is for us the most important stallion. He has a big influence on the whole Dutch breeding. He has of course famous sons like Verlegro, Olympic medals, world records, Kento, all those stallions, a lot of good horses, Nintendo, all those horses. So he brought a big amount of good horses, Grand Prix horses, but also he's very good if you have him in a mother line like father of the mother or even grandfather. He's really stamping, he's making the strong connection, the good back, strong land, and the mechanics, and a nice attitude in the ring. When they go in the ring, they give 110%. For instance, 2 years ago, I went to Germany because I needed some new blood, and then I bought Secret Lover and Frederick. and Frederik is for Romans, Vita Towns, De Niro. That's a little bit more, I would say, bony stallion, big bony stallion with big long lines, and super character almost a little bit down. And of course, among our clients, you have a lot of mares sometimes who are sharp enough, like with Avondale or Kento, it's sharp enough. And then it's good to have a stallion like that to bring everything a little bit down.
Balance it out a little bit.
Because it's of course this way. If you want to reach your goal, it's going to be this way. That's also the good thing with Negro. If you have a mare who's almost too modern, too sharp, and you go one time back to Negro, you get a little bit body and power and all those things back in, and the character. And then by doing a step backwards, by that time you can make afterwards 2 steps forward. Most of the stallions, like this year, we have 20 foals of our own that we did breed ourselves, and then we buy 75, 80 foals on top.
Wow.
But those foals are mostly from our own clients and also mostly from our own stallion. The foals, the most important thing for me is my first impression.
Okay.
If he has to catch me, and then when the first impression and the first feeling is there, then I start to analyze, then I start to look to all the things that they correct. And
confirmation. And
correct is very important for me, nice straight. I strongly believe in correct horses. They stay longer sound, and on the long term you need, that's very important, correct fundament and everything.
The hooves, that their legs are straight
nice
and not
straight,
uneven hooves and all that.
All those things, yeah.
The semen that you ship to the USA, you've been doing that for like 15 years, right? To Hilltop?
At least, yeah. At least 15 years, I think.
So can you explain how you do that?
Well, we have a very good relation with Hilltop. It's working very well, and basically every autumn we go over what happened last season, and then they're going to give a little bit of prognosis what they're going to expect for next year, and then they place more or less an order for the semen. We freeze the semen here at home. We have our own laboratory and our own people to freeze it. We freeze the stallions at home, and then a container with the semen is going to be shipped to Hilltop, and they're going to take care of all the distribution and all those things, and yeah, that's working perfect.
These are the foals from this year, so some of the foals that we did breed ourselves, and mostly foals that we did buy from our breeders and clients. And the idea is that we always collect them here, all the foals. And from here I select them and we bring them to the different places. The mare's foals go to a different place, the better stallion foals go to Van Baarle, and then the stallion foals that I'm quite sure that they're going to be gelded in 2 years, they also go to a special place. So from here we select constantly till all the foals are gone at to the places, and this is how we work, and this is all foals of our own stallions. Lantanas is there, Kinto is there, Glimmerdale, they're all there. Lottie, you want to say hi to the American breeders?
Hi Lottie, it's me again.
He doesn't really necessarily needs the last move, and Nego's taking care of that, the strong power. But they're very easily to combine with the modern stallions, and we are very successful with Negro mares. Yeah. Negro, he's top. Hey jongen.
Yeah, so this was a very long video. I eventually I went there multiple times, so I had I took videos of all the stallion competitions and all the first viewing, second viewing of Gert-Jan's stallions. So it's very fun to watch the longer version too. It's more than an hour, but Gert-Jan really took his time and met up with me several times also to see the selected stallions for the second round. And unfortunately, it wasn't that successful this year. He was last year, he had many, and this year he had a little less, but that's, you know, how the game works. And yeah, he was very open about that. So it was very interesting, I thought. Very nice to meet him. And he took his time for us. Also, after the Stallion Show, he welcomed a big group of our members that went to the Stallion Show. So that was very generous of him and show us around. Are there any questions? And of course, it was special to meet Negro right before he unfortunately passed. Okay, let's go and see our last video then. That was at Van Balen Farm. So Kobe and Marlies are Olympic riders. And of course, they rode Idicus and Pharaoh and many other well-known stallions that were also exported to North America at some point. Mr. Van Tuyl that Gert-Jan van Ols mentioned in his video that bought Negro first. He also had a lot of stallions back in the days that were ridden by Kobe van Balen. Yeah, and Kobe's son Ari, married to Jacobine, they have a business on the other side of the road since 2020. And it's called Van Balen Farms, and it's like a 5-star top-notch young horse board facility. And we also visited them after the Stallion Show, and I videoed everything, and it was a very, very cool visit. And we also got a clinic from Marlies. So yeah, watch a little recap of that, and then on the YouTube channel you can see the long version.
Like to show you our stable today and to give you an idea who we are and what we do. We have a family company, and where we are now is the sports stable run by Kobe, my mother, at the back, you saw her, and me and a big team. And on the other side of the road, and you'll see that later during a guided tour, we have Van Balen Farms, and that is run by my brother. She's near my mother there, and Adi, and my sister-in-law, Jacobine. Hi everyone. So where it all began, a long time ago, and my parents started from scratch. There was really nothing here, and they started in a small caravan, which you can see there on the right, and they started there with, most of them were mares, and my father also had a cow farm with dairy cows. So they started with cows and some mares, and later my mother got to ride stallions from Van Tuyl. Maybe that's the name, yeah, some of you know. Some famous stallions like Ulft, Roemer, welke nog meer maar? Winston.
Winston, Roemer, they were sold late America, Beethoven. But later on we can see in the old canteen, and they are all with a picture on the wall.
Yeah, no, it was pretty close. It was only 15 minutes away, but it meant a lot of driving up and down. So my parents thought before we build a house, we might first build an indoor arena. So that's in the middle you see that, and that was 20 by 40 meters at start. And right now we build it to 20 to 60 meters. And on the left side you see also Zini van Wittestein, and we also have Gerard here in the room, Gerard van Born. Very famous breeder, and he knows everything about that bloodline. You also see her there on the wall with all kind of offspring. The time is a bit too short to tell you everything about that, but this is how everything started. Really, like 11 years ago, we decided to have the whole company down. Everything was built up completely new from the start, and of course we had lots of years to think about it and to make some ideas and are we going to do it or not. But meanwhile, we're very happy that we did it because we have now much more big boxes for the horses, ventilation, good air, very good logistics. So for the horses and for the people and for ourselves, I must say every day we're super happy with this decision, but later we'll show it to you. And we have like 50 boxes here, and we have like half of it from our own breeding as well, and half of it from clients. And it's for all kind of goals like breaking in, selling. Many people are here for training themselves and going on competitions, or training by us and going to a higher level, and from all around the world. This is the mother of Habibi, which we saw in the beginning where I did the freestyle on. We also bought her as a 3-year-old. Extremely good hind leg, always going, and an extremely good character. And I know that everybody always says like, a good character is important, but it is super important. And I think also with her offspring, we have horses who always want to go, who always want to do it for you, and especially to go to the real high level, to Grand Prix, and to show on real international level. The character is one of the most important things a horse should have, in our opinion. You see then Habibi, and later on I'll show you his half-sister, out of the same mother, also again by Szechuan, and then the daughter of Jalila out of Le Formidable, which I think you all saw on Friday night on the Stallion Show. Yeah, something special, of course, the Olympic Games, and of course my mother was there in Sydney on the ride with Ferro, you know him all I think, and I was there twice in Athens with Eidekes. Of course he came from the US, was first ridden with Courtney Dye, then came here from family Nijhoff. And on the left you see Go Legend, where I competed in Tokyo, and he was Totilas Ferro. I'm very honored. I may tell you something about our rather young company Van Balen Farms, which I started together with Ari. So we, for now, 2025, we have around 350 horses when we're full. Yeah, this is the beginning, when they were still building in 2020. That's when we, the first foals arrived. As you can see on the picture, new barn, new paddocks, everything ready.
We traveled around the world during our sport, of course, and then you have a look everywhere you come for new ideas, what is good, what is not good. You have an other eye in all kinds of stables to get enough information, and at the end we made our own plan to rebuild here our farm.
We call it the fed-up place. We have it's centered in the middle, so it's also really nice that the horse boxes are separate from here, so the horses have rest, and here is like we start the work and then they go to the arena and they have to work, and we take care of them after the work, and then they have a easy time again in the box or in the paddock. Kobe saw this idea also in the stable in Germany, that it's centered in the middle. And it's also nearby the indoor. So when you need some help or you need something indoor, it's easy to reach out and people can come. Here you see our paddocks and a little bit of the fields. We have more fields on the back of the area, and we use it quite a lot. Now we don't use it because it's frozen, but otherwise we just immediately start with putting horses out, and they stay out at least every day for like 2 hours.
Do a walk, and then when I walk through it, I will explain you things. If you have questions, let me know. We have two buildings. This is the first building. Here we have the foals, mares and colts, and also the colt the 1-year-old stallions. In the other barn, we have the mares and the gelded ones. Yeah, when we started here to build it, we went to a lot of different places, and because in the dairy farm there's a lot of technology, so we said, okay, we also want a high building, a lot of air. We want to go in with a truck or with the tractors, easy working. We have here, let's say, around 350 horses. So it's, yeah, you need to feed them. The stables need to get cleaned. Everything needs to work quickly and fast. So when we build it here, that's all what we wanted to do, that we are ready for easy work. Yeah, it's not that we don't like to work, but easy work, fast working. So when we walk in, you can see some small technology things, what they also use in mostly dairy farms. See, every stable has its own paddock, and the first 10 meters are from the stones, and then we have sand paddocks. So when it's very wet, last 6 weeks it was in Holland very wet weather, then they always have the stones that they have always a heart on the ground, so they always can walk, go in and outside themselves. So this is always how it is 24/7. They can go inside here, and then it's very easy to bring them in the last part. You saw it on the movie. We can put a halter on, we can treat them. Also with the farrier we use this system, and then it's very easily to take the horses for whatever reason there is. We are looking for clients who want to stay here for 3 years, 2 or 3 years. Stallions always stays 2 years. When you geld them, they can stay 1 winter longer, and mares are always here for 3 years. We don't offer only winter period or only field period. So that's because we also need to run a business here, and we want full. We need to try to get full booked. That's how it works. Take out of the group, that's always possible, but we don't bring them in. If somebody is calling now, do you have maybe place to bring 1 2-year-old mare? We don't do that, because that's always asking for problems.
To give you a little impression of the daily training, this is Jadila. She's a mare. She's half sister of Habibi. She's by Stage 1 out of Johnson. And a few of the main things we want to practice every day from youngster to Grand Prix are some main characters like the self-carriage, which is super important, starting already at a younger age, that the horse carries his or her own head, and we can go with the movement and give the reins, and they will stay in the same position. It isn't always one line from here to there to the Grand Prix. And with her, we had some difficulties after she had a fall in a younger age, and she gave birth herself, and she came out really poor. She gave everything to the foal, and all the muscles disappeared, and it didn't took only months to get her recovered, but even longer. So that's, every horse is an individual, and every horse needs an individual approach. In the Grand Prix, the exercises are going super quick, and the corners really give you some time to give a half hold, to do something, to prepare your next exercise. Now we can go a little bit forward. after riding some exercises are loose in the body, but also in the mind. Because we should always, as the horses can't talk, we should feel how the horses are doing. Are they still able to do it, or is it maybe a little bit too much for them today? Then we just stretch them and stop and continue the next day. So we never start with the end exercise. We always start easy, and when that's okay, we can build it up and make it a bit more difficult. Straight. Now she has to wait for me and wait and wait. Change and straight. Only when she waits for the change and she waits with the half pass, then later on I can combine everything. And also when we go to canter, when we go to trot, we also use a lot of our voice aids. Of course, it's not permitted in the test, but yeah, the horses can get very confident by knowing your voice and knowing who's on them, and it will make the work a lot lighter and easier. Try to turn in a proper way, and then leg yielding for the right leg. Yeah, that's actually all they need at this age. That's enough. So now stretching again, and then it's good.
That's it, everyone. Those were the 4 interview videos, well, the short versions of them. Again, I would recommend go to the YouTube channel, watch the full version because they're very cool. And thank you so much to all the interviewees for their time for me to make those videos for our members. I really hope you enjoyed them and learn a lot from them, because these people are so knowledgeable and they share a lot of insights with us. Yeah, that's it for me, for my part of this AGM.
Only all of it.
Well, are there any questions? Thank you, guys. It was my pleasure to do it.
So we've got the foal yearling futurity video that, of course, Liz put together, and then Drew and I will be doing the announcements of the Iron Spring Farm Championship, incurring award winners, as well as our special award winners. So I think we're just going to move on into that after this video.
What's going on?
Kelly, next is the awards.
Yes. But this video is not finished. I thought it was.
Uh-oh.
I apologize.
Okay.
I'm putting it back up.
You were doing the futurity and the curring winners all
Yes.
at once, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have a presentation on it or not?
We do. But we'll do the video first and then we'll do all the announcements with the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I get to this one?
Ja, ik uitgezet. Ik heb het 100 keer geprobeerd.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I'm having some major technical difficulties. Here. Sorry. Okay, so Drew is going to present all the Iron Spring Farm Championships and our special award winners. All right, so we're going to go over the 2024 Iron Spring Farm Curing Awards. These awards, if you guys don't know, they do differ a little bit from the top 10s. They're based on the top 10s, but they are exclusively for North American bred horses. So for the foals and weanlings dressage division, our champion was Unabella Wendy SSF with a score of 87. She's by Gowdy out of Bowendy by Sir Sinclair, and her owner breeder is Shooting Star Farm. Our reserve champion was Uptown Girl DES with a score of 86. Extreme US Picobella Danza DES by La Formidable. Her owner breeder are Renee Cash Chong and Richard Chong of Dutch Equine Stables. For our jumper foals and weanlings division, we have our North American champion is Uzano BF with a score of 81.5. He's by New Pleasure VDL out of Derusa S by Numero Uno. The owner breeder on Uzano BF is John Vandenbosch of Bosch Farms. Our reserve champion was Utopia VF with a score of 81. She was by Carrera VDL out of Notorious VF by Messenger VF. Her owner breeder is Valleyfield Farm. For the Hunter division, our North American champion was Ulala Bloom with a score of 78. She's by Baloo Derouet out of Norma Jean Bloom by Casal. Her owner breeder is Bloomington Farm. Our reserve champion was Underdressed LJS with a score of 76. She is by Banani out of Overdressed LJS by Toronto. Her owner breeder is Lazy J Sport Horses. For the Gelders division, our North American champion was Uriah with a score of 86. He's by Pharaoh DG out of Bolimbria DG by Sandro Hitt. His owner breeder is Beth Spuler. Our reserve champion was United DG with a score of 85. He's by Oscar HF out of Nanda DG by Henke. Owner breeder is DG Bar Breeders. For the harness division, our North American champion was Update with a score of 78. Update is by Hermanus out of Floor by Zamone VSH, and the owner breeder is Martin M. Schmucker. The reserve champion was Ursula PH with a score of 77. That one is also by Hermanus out of Charisma by Von Drager. The owner breeder is Dawa Plantiga of Pleasant Hill Farms. For the Geldings and Stallions dressage division, we have our champion was Rockefeller HF with a score of 85.80. He's by Koning DG out of Valeska DG by Craxi. The owner is DG Bar Breeders, and his breeder is Ingrid Hamer. The reserve champion was Riker RD with a score of 70.75.
Riker is by Gowdy out of Alona DG by Faro. The owner breeder for Riker is Mason Woodbury of Rancho Deluxe. For our geldings and stallions in the gelders division, our champion was Red One with a score of 85-85. Red One is by Gowdy out of Incredible Babe J&S by Susandro. The owner is Stacy Brass of Brass Stables, and the breeder is Joseph L. Schwartz. The reserve champion for gelders was Revel BRB with a score of 80-80. He is by Alexandro P. out of Irona BRB by Wouter. His owner breeder is Bailey West of Bailey Ranch Breeders. For the jumper division for geldings and stallions, our champion was C. Magneto Z. He's by Contafino out of Taboo Z by Treasure Z. His owner breeder is Elizabeth Campbell. The reserve champion was Picture Perfect JHL by Cornette Oblensky out of La Cubana Azul S by Zaraco Blue VDL. His owner breeder are Jason and Heather Sarno of J&H Limited LLC. Our hunter champion was Phantom Dutchman. He's by Kohinoor VDL out of Karina Mia by Sir Sinclair. His owner is Laura Clark, and his breeder is Jennifer Bateman of Little Paddocks. So on to our dressage mares division. The champion was Rhea CCE. She's by El Primo out of Indea KS by Charmour. Her owner is Lauren Carlton, and her breeder is Colson Equestrian. For the reserve champion, we actually had a tie. So the first in the tie was Refined Time S with a score of 80-80. And she is by Jovian out of Fine Time by Furstenval. Her owner breeder is Sonnenberg Farm. And the second horse in that tie is also named Rhea DG this time. She is by Koning DG out of Julea KS by Charmour. Her owner is Cortland Budman, and her breeder is DG Bar Breeders, Inc. For the jumper mares, our champion was Princess PH with a score of 75-85. Her sire is Toronto. She's out of Chantilly 2 TSH by Cachicardo TSH. Her owner breeder is Dawa Plantinga of Pleasant Hill Farms. And the reserve champion was Pandora Royale. She's by Kudam Blue out of Jamaica TCS by Warrant. Her owners are Stephanie Lalonde and Laura Champagne, and her breeder is Alice de Blatz of Les Écuries Royales. I'm so sorry to the French speakers. So for our hunter division, the champion was Requested RWC. She's by Popeye K out of First Try by Tricolor. Her owner is Robert Clark, and her breeder is Alicia Massong of Mountain Creek Sport Horses. The reserve champion in the hunter division is Royal Nova. She's by Koning DG out of Z Paloma by Paparazzo. Her owner breeder is Marilee Reese of Sequoia Hills Stables. And for the gelders mares, our champion was Primrose BRB with a score of 75-75. Her sire is Special D out of La Vieille Une Rose by Edmundo. Her owner breeder is Bailey West with Bailey Ranch Breeders. The reserve champion was Zephyr with a 70-75. She's by Sandor Jane out of Incognito by Volkmar. Her owner is Colson Equestrian, and her breeder is Joan Bondock. For our harness mares, the North American champion was Nico with a 78-82. She's by Globetrotter out of Ivana by Colonist. Her owner is Rocky Ridge Stables, and her breeder is Emmanuel Petersheim. The reserve champion was Rosie J. Her sire is Nelmar Hummer. She's out of J Rose by Plains Liberator. Her owner breeder, of course, is the incredible Wim Casimir of Casimir Equine. So we also do, just for time's sake, we're not going to go over the DG Bar Cup champions as Liz made that incredible video for them, but this whole presentation will be available on our website for you guys to peruse and admire. So we also like to announce our 2024 Gert Vanderveen Award winners. a lot of you might know that we do award them in each breed direction now. So our Dressage Gert van der Veen Award winner for this year was Rhea CCE. Again, she's by El Primo out of Indea KS by Charmour. Owner was Lauren Carlton and breeder Colson Equestrian. She got a conformation score of 75, movement 85, and that broke down to a walk score of 75, trot 85, canter 85, and self-carriage 85. Our jumper Gert van der Veen Award winner is Princess PH. She's by Toronto out of Chantilly 2 TSH by Catchcardo TSH. Her owner breeder is Douwe Plantinga of Pleasant Hill Farms. Her conformation score was 75, movement 85, walk 75, trot 75, canter 80, jump 85, reflexes 85, technique 85, and scope 90. Our Gelders Gert van der Veen Award winner is Riviera O. She's by Edmundo out of Corona by Alexandro P. Her owner is Megan Owen, and her breeder is Marcel van Bruggen in the Netherlands. Her conformation score and movement score were both 80. Her walk was a 75, trot 80, canter 80, self-carriage 80, jump 80. For our harness Gert van der Veen, the winner is Nico by Globetrotter out of Ivana by Colonist. The owner is Rocky Ridge Stables, breeder Emmanuel Petersheim. Conformation 78, movement 82, general impression 80. For the Hunter division, the Gert van der Veen Award winner is Requested RWC. She's by Popeye K out of First Try by Tricolor, owned by Robert Clark, and the breeder is Alicia Masong of Mountain Creek Sport Horses. Conformation 80, movement 75, walk 75, trot 70, canter 80, jump 75, reflexes 70, technique 75, scope 85. We also have several slides of our champion and reserve yearlings and 2-year-olds just to showcase them a bit. Again, just for time's sake, we'll have these up on the website. We do have a couple of new Prestati mares that we awarded this year. The first one is Sasha. She's by Ahorn out of Lady W by Farrington. She was bred by R.J. Seinen in the Netherlands. She's owned by Jason and Jennifer Miller. The second is Bakara. She's by Sir Sinclair out of Thea KS by Idicus, bred by Janice Kissel and owned by Eleanor Armstrong Kennedy. And the third is Valeska DG. She's by Crack C out of Polymbria by Farrington, owned by Ingrid Hamer, bred by DG Bar Farms. We do have 2 new preferent mares as well. The first one is Ariane M. She's by Von Drager HBC out of Ariane M by Patine, owned by Ben Fisher Jr. of Tri Springs Acres and bred by Jay Myers in the Netherlands. The second is Incognito. She was by Volkmar out of Irma by Sultan. She was owned by Joan Bondock and bred by DG Bar. So the next award we have to give is the top curring breeder. This award is calculated based on a point system that we have created. So the higher place the horse, the more points you get. So in total, DG Bar was our top curring breeder for the year. Congratulations. We have some pictures of a few of their horses that contributed to that award. And the next award is our top curring sire, which again is based on the point system. And our top curring sire is Globetrotter. He's by Cisandro out of Lilonka by Harold. He's owned by Rocky Ridge Stables and Tri Springs Acres. And he was bred in the Netherlands by family Von Dolder. So Aaron J. Fisher could not be on the call today, but he did have a few words to say about Globetrotter. So that is up on the screen now, and I'll go ahead and read it aloud. We're so excited that a harness horse was able to get this award since the percentage of harness stallions producing offspring is so small compared to other disciplines. Watching his offspring, we knew that they had been doing well as foals, but we're happy with how they're developing as they mature and how they're dominating in several disciplines. We are pleased that Globetrotter was able to win this award to represent the harness stallions of North America. So Globetrotter is the first harness stallion to win the Top Curring Sire Award. So that is very exciting. Congratulations to Rocky Ridge and Tri Springs Acres. I believe that Willie had a few words about their Top Curring Breeder Award, so we'll go over to Willie.
Unmuted.
Okay. Hello. Well, thank you very much for this awards, and I was not really aware I had to speak, but I want to thank everybody who has been involved and has given me the opportunity to do this for this many years at DG Bar Ranch, and we all know it's a journey, and
well, if we can
if
get
you
Willie
can
back, we'll definitely go back to
enjoy it,
that.
ride the horses yourself, and
We
work
did
together
have a
to
couple of Breeders'
accomplish that.
Achievement
That is
Awards as well. So
a
Canada
gift
Dream
that
Farm upgraded to gold with
is
91 points.
very unique, and I'm very
Jackie
much
All Eckhouse of Mountain View
thankful
Sport
and
Horses got
appreciated for
her
all the
silver with
opportunities
56
given,
points.
and we
Bloomington
look forward
Farm
to
got their
many
silver
more
with
years, and
54
that we
points.
can pass it
And
on.
Bailey
So
West
thank
of
you
Bailey
again,
Ranch
and thank you
Breeders got
for
her
a great
bronze with
meeting.
19 points. Congratulations, everybody.
Would anybody like to say
Would
anything?
any of the breeders that got their Breeders' Achievement Awards, if you're on the call, do you guys want to say anything?
Hi, this is Jackie Eckhouse, and I just wanted to say thank you. It's great being acknowledged as a silver breeder this year.
Sorry, guys, if people were talking, we weren't able to hear anybody. So anytime anybody wants to talk, just definitely let us know in the chat for sure. All right, our next award is our Member of the Year for 2024, and it goes to Lisa Dickman of Canaquez Farm. So a little bit about Lisa. First and foremost, she runs our KWPN-NA podcast, which is absolutely amazing. We thank her for her work on that. She first joined the KWPN-NA in 1997, but she's been a more active member since 2007. She's been to many annual meetings, both on the East and West Coast and the Stallion Show in Holland. She's participated in many, many currings with several site champion foals and foals in the top 10. Her first foal that she bred is competing at Grand Prix level with his owner rider. She's been involved with horses since she was 8 years old, and she grew up riding in the fields of Colorado. She went back to riding horses after college and started back with hunter jumpers, but found her true passion for dressage while her husband was stationed in Hawaii. It was then that she imported her first KWPN horse in 1997 and quickly became a fan of the breed. She rode dressage behind the scenes while raising her own family before moving into working and selling young horses. In 2007, she met Siggy Belsfry of Stall Europa, who introduced Lisa to the world of breeding and reintroduced her to the KWPN-NA. Since then, Lisa has been an avid breeder, constantly striving to learn everything she can in order to breed the best possible athletes that could sell in sport, but especially dressage. From her first foal in 2009 until now, Lisa breeds 1 to 4 foals a year, with many going to homes of professionals and ambitious amateurs alike. She has been an absolutely integral part of our members committee And again, she puts on the KWPN-NA podcast, and we could never, ever do that without her. So if Lisa would like to say a few words, you're more than welcome.
Well, thank you guys very much for the nomination, and I really, really appreciate it. It feels very nice. And again, thanks for the supportive podcast as well. And if, as always, my big plug, if anybody has any ideas, we're always welcome for them. But yeah, thank you very much. I really love the KWPN-NA and all the horses that everybody's breeding. So thank you.
Congratulations, Lisa.
Thank you very much.
So our dressage breeder of the year was Richard and Renee Chong of Dutch Equine Stables. So congratulations, you guys. Do you guys want to say anything if you guys are in the group right now?
Let's take this.
Yes, can you hear us?
No, wait. Oh.
We can hear you. You're good.
Oh, okay. I think you guys turned off our video. That's not a problem, no.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. It's like a real big honor, actually, and it's a labor of love, as we all know. The year kind of started off rough for us, losing a foal that was aborted, and then Peekabella, who is the dam of our number 2 foal, Uptown Girl, colic 2 months after she gave birth. So she went through colic surgery, and we honestly weren't even sure that we would go to occurring last year. So anyways, we did go. We got her back in weight and everything. And so glad we did it because it was the results we just couldn't have been happier for. So
we want to wish everybody a good foaling season. For most of you, it's already starting, I know. So good luck with your foals this year. That's all we got. Thank you.
Guys. So we'll move on to our jumper breeder of the year. That went to Alicia Edgar of Valleyfield Farm. She, of course, stands the now approved Stallion Messenger VF and continues to bring lots of horses to our currings every year and with amazing results. And we really, really appreciate her support.
Wait. Is Alicia on? I don't see her. I don't see her. Okay. And our hunter breeder of the year goes to Ginger Parker of Ashcombe Sport Horses. And I do believe she is on the Zoom now. So if you guys would like to say a few words, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. It's a huge honor to be recognized for this award. It's obviously a labor of love and a marathon. I'm actually standing in our tack stall at WEC Ocala right now, which is kind of where it all starts, the performance of these horses and the development of them as well. And it's all about a team. So we are so grateful for the support that we received from the KWPN-NA and all of our member friends and fellow breeders. It is a great community, and we are very honored to be a part of it.
Thank you, Ginger. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, Jake, Eric, and I are all very honored. So thank you so much.
Our Gelders Breeder of the Year is Bailey West of Bailey Ranch Breeders. I believe she is also on the call if she would like to say a few words.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much for this award.
it means a ton. I mean, this is what we all work for, right? Is success of our foals after all the hard work. We have one due in 2 weeks, so I just can't wait. And it's that season that we all get excited about with the foaling and the breeding. And so we wish you all good luck with that. And thank you so much. I'm really, really excited to get this award.
Thanks, Bailey. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Our harness breeder of the year is Raymond Stoltzfus of Treasure Hill Stables. Raymond is not on the call, but Raymond was one of the people who took his horses down to Live Oak last year. You probably saw him behind his beautiful mare, Kiralanda. He continues to be a massive supporter of our Currings and a great guy to work with, and produces really lovely foals every year. So congratulations to Raymond. So now we're moving on to our Horse of the Year, which is going to Jet MVS. He's by Bretton Woods out of Lumara by Fleming. He was bred, owned, and ridden by Jackie All Eckhouse. And I believe that Jackie is on the call if you'd like to say a few words about your lovely horse.
Yes, first of all, we'd like to thank the KWPN-NA. It's an honor to accept this award for Jet. Jet was a double embryo and the smallest of 4 foals in 2014, but he never let it stop him from being a fierce competitor. And he was out of our foundation broodmare, Lumara, who is a cur sport preferent pistache mare. And we believe Jet represents the exceptional temperament and quality that breeders all over try to produce. We're excited to see where he's going to go in the next few years and look forward to continuing to support the growth of the KWPN North America. I would like to thank a few people for making this possible, which is my husband, Mark Eckhouse, Kathleen Rain for coaching, Lily Bacon for her incredible grooming and support, and our sponsored writer, Writing Warehouse. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jackie. Congratulations. So we have an ambassador award to give out. We do not give this award every single year. We only give it when we feel that somebody in the organization needs special recognition. And so this year, the ambassador award goes to Ari Hamon. Some of you might know him from the Currings. He's been doing it for a very long time, and his knowledge is invaluable to us. I believe he is also on the call if he would like to say a few words.
Okay. Thank you. It was a great honor. Oh, then bij me sounds very bad.
Ari, you have to
Yeah,
turn the sound off.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Ari, turn the sound off of your own computer where you're watching the Zoom call on. If you turn that sound off, then you can talk to us.
Okay, one moment.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's better. You can hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Okay, Ari, go ahead.
Thank you. It was a great honor for me. And I'm surprised. But I like to be in your country, and maybe in at the end of August or September, I can meet all the breeders in America again. And thank you for the great honor for my work in 11 visits the last years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. We appreciate you very much. So the last thing we have for today, we would like to award a Lifetime Achievement Award, and that goes to Mary Alice Malone, Iron Spring Farm. And we have a video that the folks at Iron Spring put together for her, so enjoy.
Since 1970, Mary Alice Malone has been a pioneer in North American sport horse breeding, shaping the industry and influencing generations of breeders, owners, and riders. Through her vision and dedication, she has built a legacy of excellence. Before establishing Iron Spring Farm, Mary Alice was deeply involved in the equestrian world, training horses, coaching young riders, and establishing programs like the Tucson Dressage Club and the Saguaro Pony Club. In 1976, she founded Iron Spring Farm in Coatesville, Pennsylvania, importing European warmbloods to elevate American sport horse breeding. Among them were influential KWPN stallions, including Winston, Romer, Sebastian, and Consul. Romer, successful in both Grand Prix jumping and Grand Prix dressage, became one of the most recognized stallions in the U.S. and inspired the Romer Foundation United States Dressage Federation Hall of Fame. Mary Alice brought a rare dual perspective to breeding. Not only did she select and produce top horses, but she also competed at high levels, gaining first-hand insight into what it takes for a horse to succeed. With Rampal, she earned a United States Equestrian Team shortlist spot and a 9th place ranking in the World Breeding Federation of Sport Horses. Contango, a cornerstone of ISF's legacy, won 33 Grand Prix titles, including at dressage at Devon and the United States Dressage Federation Region 1 finals. Mary Alice achieved 87 Grand Prix wins, with victories at the Royal Dressage Festival and the United States Equestrian Team Festival of Champions. Her success in the show ring cemented her reputation as a top rider while proving the exceptional talent of ISF stallions, stallions who shaped the future of sport horse breeding in North America. ISF stallions have produced champions worldwide, with their offspring winning the FEI World Cup Dressage Final, earning World Championship medals, competing in the Olympics, Paralympics, and 4-star events, and victories at Aachen, Hickstead, and Spruce Meadows. Mary Alice also recognized that high-quality mares are the foundation of any breeding program. She carefully selected those that earned star, elite, preferent, and pre-stati predicates. Andorra ISF, a Prix-St. George and Intermediate 1 winner, and Persimmon ISF, the reserve champion 6-year-old at the 2003 U.S. National Young Horse Championships, were among the successful performance mares bred by Mary Alice. She also bred 2 Gert van der Veen Award winners. Over nearly 5 decades, Iron Spring Farm has produced more than 300 sport horses, many earning national titles, USDF Horse of the Year awards, and success at the highest levels. Among them are 2 licensed stallions, Ibsen and Neptune, and 1 approved stallion, Judgment ISF, one of the most accomplished American-bred show jumpers. Judgment ISF secured victory in the $1 million CN International Grand Prix at Spruce Meadows, represented the U.S. on 10 Nations Cup teams, and competed at the World Championships, showcasing the caliber of Iron Spring Farm's breeding program. Today, the legacy of Iron Spring Farm continues with a new generation of exceptional stallions. Lowlands, Cum Laude, and Cayman carry forward Mary Alice's vision, ensuring a tradition of excellence for future generations.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Anna.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. That concludes our 2025 virtual AGM meeting. And congratulations to all the winners of the awards. We hope you enjoyed the meeting. And next year, our 2026 AGM meeting will be held in the Netherlands. It'll be during the Stallion Show in Den Bosch. And like you say, the exact dates will be determined once the Netherlands has determined it. But we will have a nice schedule and farm visits and interesting educational events that will be available during that time. So we will keep you posted. But I think it's going to be a fun meeting. And if you're interested in joining the AGM committee, we are looking for new people with new ideas to help us. Please contact the office or myself. And we really appreciate you joining us for the meeting, and stay on. We're going to have a little Zoom meeting at the bar so we can all discuss and have a chance to meet and talk. So thank you.